It was published just this past April by Viking Penguin. It's already an Amazon bestseller. We'll hear more about the book a little bit later. She is also the artistic advisor to the Kennedy Center. She launched the first ongoing collaboration between that center and the National Institutes of Health, creating her own program called Music and Mind. And she has presented that in more than 60 cities around the world. She has been a part of LA County Arts and Health Week since its inception, our great honor, special projects advisor to LA Opera. It is my great pleasure to introduce Renee Fleming.
Thank you so much. I love to have some voice competition. This is good. Good. And my speaking voice needs a lot of work, but I'm so thrilled that you're joining us here today at this research workshop on music, health, and policy. The field has grown exponentially in the last 7 years. New research and technology are proving benefits of arts along with the tireless work of many of you in this room. Thank you. This once siloed field is coming together thanks to the Sound Health Network, the Neuro Arts Resource Center, which will open in September, and support from the World Health Organization, the NIH, and the NEA. My foundation is funding investigator awards, pairing young scientists with artists, and the NIH and FNIH, that's the foundation for the NIH, are planning to follow with full fellowships. Today's workshop aims to share ideas and foster dialogue between researchers and arts practitioners, focusing on major pillars of the sector: childhood development, aging, and community wellness. Today also kicks off our 3rd annual Los Angeles County Arts and Health Week. We're pushing the needle forward on research and policy here in LA County to be a model for arts and health innovation. Today would not have been possible without Asal Habibi. Thank you so much. And the USC Brain and Creativity Institute, along with our outstanding committee, including Dan Levitin, Indre Viscontis, Kristen Sakota, and Misha Sajnani. So let's work to embed the arts in healthcare, bring creative arts therapists into schools and communities, expand funding for research, and spread awareness. Enjoy today and have a great time at this workshop.
Thank you so much, Renee. It's really an honor to be with you today for all of us. And we'll hear more about the work that she's doing at the end of our day. Very much looking forward to her reflections, along with the Dean of USC Thornton School of Music, Dr. Jason King. Our first panel covers a wide gamut of research focusing on music perception, music engagement, and their impact on neurodevelopment in children, and music education for diverse learners. And we're going to hear moderating the panel, Dr. Candice Matteo. She is assistant professor of music here at the USC Thornton School of Music, music teaching and learning, her specialties. Her research focuses on the intersection of musical creativity, social issues in contemporary and popular music, and technology-based music teaching and learning. Please welcome Dr. Candice Matteo. No? Oh, I did skip a page. Let's not hear from Candice Matteo.
Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. I skipped a page. Thank you. So for our first panel, I gave you a little highlight of what's to come, which is terribly exciting. Okay. So our first panel, as I mentioned, focuses on perception, engagement, the impact, and each speaker will introduce themselves. We begin with physicist and neuroscientist Tony Shaheen.
Oh, okay. Is this mine?
Yes, if you just use the clicker.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my name is Tony Shaheen. I'm the director of the Center for Interdisciplinary Neuroscience at UC Merced. I'd like to thank the organizers for this workshop and for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here and an honor to be with all of you. So today I'm going to speak about using primitive forms of music to understand auditory processing. By primitive, I mean very simple, very basic. We have to understand the basic before we understand the complexity of music. So here's an example of music made up of very simple sounds. Is there easy? It's not playing. Oh.
Can you just click? Just describe it.
Okay. Well, this basically, it's made up of a bunch of noises like you've heard that like in beatboxing sometimes. So the music I created is based on noise. The first noise here is white noise. Basically, the intensity of all the frequency is the same from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. Pink noise is the intensity declines as we go up in frequencies, and more so in brown noise. So why am I using noises? Noise does not have any pitch. If we could define music, especially in Western culture, music is just the fluctuations of a pitch over time. This is the simplest definition. But we wanted to expand the definition of music to include sounds that do not have pitch. So we created a design where we present white noise segment in a stream, 7 segments, pink noise as well as brown noise, and people listen to these sounds while they have EEG, while we scan their brain with EEG. So this was the non-musical condition, and while in another condition, we mixed these sound. So in this non-musical condition, would sound like with the musical condition would sound like something like that. So, and the most important thing about this design, if we sum up the non-musical versus musical, we get the same exact acoustic. So that means, and we only examined the brain activity for the sum. So we do that because we want to make sure we only isolate the perception as differences in brain activity due to perception as opposed to physical property or acoustic properties. So if we wanted to expand the definition of music to include a non-pitch sound, we wanted to show, we wanted to see if certain individuals perceive it as musical, and that's enough, but we wanted to go beyond and see whether brain activity that is associated with regular pitched music, every music we hear, is similar for non-pitch music versus pitch music. So this is a diagram of several channels, EEG channels, and each square represents a channel. The y-axis is the frequency of neural oscillation, and the x-axis is timing, the timing of this melody. which goes from 0 to 1.6, but we're looking at all the way to 2. And we know from previous research that as music become more complex, processing in the brain shift from primary auditory cortex to non-primary auditory cortex. It shifts higher. Not only that, most importantly, it's mainly in the right hemisphere. So you don't have to know much about EEG, but you can tell that when looking at left channels, mid channels, and right channels, the difference between the condition of musical, when they identify the stream as musical versus non-musical, the spectral power, the region in the brain which was activated is in red, is mostly in the right hemisphere. So not only that, if you look, again, you don't have to know much about EEG, but if you look at this activity we call alpha between 9 and 15 hertz, it's in the right hemisphere. So we concluded based on that even without pitch, the music can be perceived as musical, but also the brain activity basically exhibit the same pattern as pitched music. But then we also looked at something called phase locking. This is different than the spectral power, which I showed earlier. And we noticed that phase locking is stronger for musical versus non-musical. What is phase locking? When your neuron time lock to a note, so which means that your neurons are processing that note in more strongly than if they have less phase locking. So not only that, if you look at the topography as well, and I want to go back a little bit here. So we know from EEG processing that this topography right here is consistent with non-primary auditory activity. Remember when I said simple sound are processed in the primary cortex and then they shift to non-primary activity? This is another example where these sound are processed in the non-primary auditory cortex. So not only that, if this is musical, if it is perceived musical, then musicians should process it even better. And indeed, looking at phase locking, we showed that we do show that musicians have stronger phase locking. Have stronger phase locking than for musical sound, than non-musical perception, way stronger than non-musicians. So all evidence here suggests that non-pitch sound can be processed as musical. And we've seen that in beatboxing. Sometimes beatboxing doesn't have pitch. So why do we care? Children, individual cochlear implants do not process pitch. And we want them to enjoy music. So we tried, in order for us to understand how individual with cochlear implant process music, we have to understand it first in the normal hearing brain and then compare brain activity between the two groups. The other experiment I want to describe is neurophysiology of virtual melody. So some of you may have heard of binaural beats. Basically, if you present a sound with certain frequency, with sounds with different frequency to the ears, the difference in frequency becomes a beat. And that beat is created in your brain. It's not external. So we created, unfortunately, I can't play it here. You have to have headphones, but I kind of mimicked it with an external sound. Unfortunately, I can't play it. But the idea is we change the frequency between the left and right ear regularly. And that created beats that change regularly in your brain. This is an illusion. It does not exist externally. So, and we wanted to look at brain activity for this virtual melody. Okay, so why do we care about binaural beats? Binaural beats have a lot of health health benefits, help with mental state, anxiety, sleep, cognitive skills. So just like any medicine you take, if you have an illness, if you take the medicine alone, well, you'll swallow medicine, will go to your bladder, and will be excreted, will not go to your bloodstream. So you need an ingredients that help with the delivery of that medicine to your bloodstream. Music here is the delivery of binaural beat, which is the medicine, to the rest of the brain. So the idea is if we have benefit from binaural beats, helps us with all these deficit or so what if it was musical, if the binaural beat musicals? Then we expect it to go everywhere in the brain, including the limbic system where emotions are being processed. And this data is based on 3 subjects. So take everything with a grain of salt. I compared musical binaural beats versus non-musical binaural beat, and look at that alpha, which I talked about earlier. It's right here, everywhere. And I'm only showing you a few channels, and the alpha is in yellow, but actually it was all over the brain. So it went everywhere. And if you have activity close to the skull, then it's focal. But if you have deep activity, like the limbic system, like in the thalamus, then it goes everywhere in the brain. So this is kind of like indirect evidence that the music is helping the binaural beat to transfer to everywhere in the brain, including the limbic system. And that's it. So we have short talk. I'd like to thank my graduate student, Alex Santoyo, Maria Gonzalez, Zunera Iqbal, my colleagues, Christina Backer, Ramesh Balasubramaniam, I always try to avoid his last name, and Heather Bortfeld. So thank you. Question, please?
We have more talk speakers, so we're just gonna move right on. I'll show you the
Oh,
live
okay,
work.
I see, okay.
Is your clicker? Do you either need to stay right on the podium mic or you can use this handheld?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Can you hear me? That's okay. All right, great. Thanks very much for the invitation to present here today. This is my first music conference, and full disclosure, I won't be talking about music because I don't know anything about it. So instead, I would like to tell you a little bit about brain and brain development. So I'm Lucina Udine. I'm a professor over at your crosstown rival, UCLA. I'm there at the Semel Institute for Neuroscience and Human Behavior, and I am the director of the Brain Connectivity and Cognition Laboratory over there. So I'll just share with you some insights into brain development from network neuroscience, which is a field that I've been working in for most of my career. What we try to do is we think about how brains develop and how brain networks and brain systems develop from childhood, through adolescence, into adulthood and aging, and then, later phases of life. So what we're really trying to figure out is how brain networks develop in ways that lead to cognitive development, lead to all of those skills that we now possess as adults. And we also like to think about what are some of the consequences of atypical development. So for us, we study in the lab children with autism spectrum disorder, for example, or with ADHD or some kind of neurodevelopmental diagnosis. And so we use magnetic resonance imaging to try to understand these brain systems and how they change over the lifespan. And the good news is they do change. They will continue to change. And that's part of what we're really interested in learning more about. And so what we try to do is study typical adults, whatever that is, typically developing children and those who are diagnosed with something like autism or ADHD are a clinical population. And we use multimodal neuroimaging. So that would involve things like functional magnetic resonance imaging, which lets us look at brain activity associated with different states. We use structural imaging to look at the connections between brain regions as they change, mature, or grow over the lifespan. And we use some kinds of interesting computational approaches to look at interactions between brain regions and also chart their developmental trajectories. And this is a sort of just a fun picture, but I like for people to guess, what do you think this brain is doing? Any guesses? Listening to music, that would be a good guess, but I told you I'm not going to talk about music. Yeah, sleeping. Yeah, they're all good guesses, but what's interesting about our brains is that this is just a person doing nothing. This is nothing going on. There's no music, no activities. We're not asking them to do any math problems. Our brains are always doing something. And that's what's, I think, kind of shocking to people when they see images like this. It's like, wow, that's a lot of activity for someone who's just sitting there doing nothing. But our brains are always spontaneously active. And at first we thought, well, that's not that interesting. But it turns out this activity is coherent, the spontaneous, there's a structure to it. And a lot of these networks that we see popping up in red over and over again, they look a lot like what would happen if you listened to music, or what would happen if you were doing a math problem, or what would happen if I showed you a bright light and flashed it in front of you. So the brain is always kind of cycling through these patterns, and we can use that to understand the structure and function and changes across time. Since I don't have too much time to share with you all the fun details today, what we do is we look at people across the lifespan, so 6 to 85 and everything in between. And we try to compare children and adults and those later in life. And we look at changes in brain function, changes in brain structure, and how they accompany some of those maturation processes that let us get better at like inhibiting our impulses, or let us get better at planning for the future. All of these things that we think we do well as adults, they involve these brain changes over this protracted period of time. So structural connections change, functional interactions between brain regions change. So how different areas talk to each other changes throughout the lifespan in really interesting ways. The one model that we've sort of focused on for many years, worked on this with my colleagues at Stanford many years ago, and we continue to develop this, is this idea that there's at least 3 main systems of the brain important for paying attention to the outside world. That's the sort of the green one over there, the lateral frontoparietal executive network. Another system that's sort of more when you're daydreaming or paying attention to your own thoughts or thinking about, sort of internal kind of processes. That's sort of the one on the yellow on the left, which we call the default network, default state of the brain. And then this kind of fun network in between, the blue one, the singulo or the salience network. And that's the one that kind of helps you switch between these different modes of thought. So if the fire alarm went off right now, guess what? That salience network would let you know, and it would say, okay, it's time to move, it's time to do something. But that salience network is also important for anything that we find personally interesting. So if you do hear music that you find pleasing, it would probably activate these same regions of the brain. It's kind of an interesting set of regions that in a domain general way calls us to action. And so I think just understanding this like basic functional organization of the brain is really interesting for thinking about if you're planning an intervention, if you're planning a study to see how this treatment affects, this condition, understanding how these networks change in response to those kinds of treatments, I think is very critical. So we and others have focused a lot of time on developing ways to characterize brain dynamics and changes, looking at frequencies and dwell times and state transitions. I won't actually talk about this today because of the 10 minutes. But what at the end of the day, these salience network regions, which are anchored in like these deep areas of the brain, which we call the insular cortices, they're involved in things like emotion, empathy, and pain, all of these kind of really feeling states, right? And subjective awareness of your body and where you are, and interoception, how your body feels. but they're also involved in thinking about high-level conflict resolution or switching attention between different activities or inhibiting impulses. So these are really important parts of the brain to try to understand in terms of their organization, development, and ways in which things can go wrong when there's a dismaturation or dysfunction in these large-scale circuits. And just to give you a taste for where I think psychiatry is going with these brain kind of studies and brain understandings, we know that in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Disorders, we have things like autism, ADHD, OCD, PTSD. You've heard of all of these different diagnoses. But what really the way those terms came about is through a clinician doing an interview and saying, okay, here's what we're going to give you as a label. But a lot of that misses some things like the underlying brain and biology that maybe contributes to what we see as these outward signs of these mental disorders. And so what the field is now moving towards is called this idea of precision medicine in psychiatry. So maybe you can take all of these markers like the brain biomarkers or genetic risks or something else like that, and you can get these profiles of individuals that they may look different than what we see in the diagnostic labels. And we can use data-driven clustering or some kinds of machine learning approaches to find out individuals who are more similar on these, what we call biological markers. And we think at the end of the day, this will lead to better treatments or more precise precision medicine, right? So the idea being once you get these categories of people grouped by their biology, you might have a better shot at finding out what works for that individual. And the reason I love this figure is that they talk about the insular cortex. And that, as you may have noticed, is my favorite brain area. And I do think that as we get further and further understanding insular function, insular cortex development, connectivity, things, and we've been working on this brain area for a long time now. And we found that it's implicated in everything from depression to anxiety to schizophrenia to autism. I was just an autism researcher, but I was shocked to find that wherever you look across these clinical conditions, you often find these insular cortex abnormalities. So this is it, just a quick preview of things, not music, but I think things that might be relevant for your discussions later today as you think more about music in the brain, music and therapy, music and all of these different and exciting applications. So really excited to talk more with you during the breaks. Thanks again for listening.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lucina, and thank you, Tony. This gives me a real good foundation to work from, because Tony talked about EEG and Lucina talked about brain dynamics. So I want to talk today a little bit about the work that we are doing here at the Brain and Creativity Institute in relation to music training and child development. And specifically, we have a couple of ongoing projects, but I wanted to talk about the 7-year longitudinal study that we did with the Los Angeles Philharmonic and their youth orchestra program at OLA. This is a study that we started in 2013 with the really interest of understanding what happens to a child's brain, cognitive and social emotional development as they learn music. We recruited a group of children from the music program. These are all students who participated in an El Sistema-based music training program, meaning that they were all from underserved communities. They did not have access to music education at their public school, and YOLA at OLA provided high quality and frequent music education for them. They went to the program 3 to 4 times a week for about 2 hours a day. So it was very engaged and involved. Because all children grow up and get better with math and science and cognition, we also needed control groups. So we recruited a group of children who are participating in community sports, and then a group of children who were not at the time participating in any systematic music or sports. Now, this is not a randomized control trial. We didn't say for the next 5 years, nobody can touch a piano or a soccer ball. We interviewed them pretty frequently, and if they surpass a level of participation in an enrichment program that was kind of compatible with our intervention groups, we excluded them from our analysis. Total of 75 children, 25 in each group. This just gives you a sense of how we met them and how we collected our data in terms of program of assessment. they would come to here at the Brain and Creativity Institute. Our MRI scanners are just on the other side of the lobby from where you walked in. And we assess them with magnetic resonance imaging to look at brain structure and function, electroencephalography, also a really comprehensive assessment of cognition and social emotional learning and development. As you can see, we had a really good retention rate through year 5, and this is really kudos to Yola and their programming. These children felt like at home, at a community in their program, and they really stuck to their music education program. Between year 5 to 7, that coincided with COVID, and also they have turned into adolescents and had their own decisions to make and things they wanted to do, so it was harder to keep them in the program. So I'm not going to give you 7 years of results. You're going to have to be here for the rest of the week. But I wanted to highlight a couple of things that I think are relevant and important for the discussion today. First, looking at auditory working memory. You use your working memory every day. You have a shopping list in mind, somebody's phone number. You use that information to plan your next actions. So we assess auditory working memory using music, giving them pairs of music, and asking them whether these 2 pairs are identical or if there was something different in the second pair. That difference could have been a deviation in pitch, a deviation in rhythm. All they had to do was to say same or different. What we saw is that when the 2 melodies were similar, everybody performed equally well. So it was not a question that they couldn't hear the melody. However, when there was a deviation in the second melody, only children with music training were able to detect that deviation successfully, more significantly than the control groups. And we also have underlying brain signal that showed that ability. So Tony already kind of familiarized you with this topography map of electrophysiology, but you're looking at the brain from the top. And what I want you to pay attention to this red distribution, which is indexing activation of the anterior cingulate. And basically, you're allocating attention to something that is odd in the environment. Something doesn't fit in, and the cingulate cortex signals that this is not fitting. And we really saw that only in the children in the music group. You see the control group in the bottom. So looking at the brain itself, we also talked a little bit about the structures of the brain and kind of the right lateralization of processing of music. So we wanted to know, they're learning something that is sound-based. Do the auditory areas of the brain change? So you're having the right hemisphere, left hemisphere, the primary auditory cortex in red, and the secondary auditory area. So we really wanted to understand kind of the cortical characteristics of this region. And what we saw is that, oops, sorry about that. Okay. What we saw is that this region, the specific area, changes as a result of music training on the right side. So the posterior part of the superior temporal gyrus, there's less thinning of cortex in children who have had music training compared to the children who did not have music training over time. To kind of, so this phenomena happens in language learning during a sensitive period of language, so less thinning on the left side for language learning. And we wanted to kind of make sure that what we're seeing is true. So we actually went and recruited a group of children who are from a kind of an independent music training sample, conservatory trained, 2 years of music training. And when we compared them to children who had no music training, very similar, thicker cortex on the right side in this specific area, right posterior superior temporal gyrus. If you look at the function of brain when we listen to music, this is one of the areas that predominantly shows activation in the brain. Now, how about connection between brain regions? We know that brain regions, as we just heard, they don't kind of like function independently. There's always a network of connectivity, and these connectivity and this information processing is facilitated by these white matter connections, the largest one being the corpus callosum that connects the left and the right hemisphere. You're again looking at the brain from the top. And we wanted to know when children learn music, whether there is more robustness in this connectivity between these regions. And what we saw is that in 3 regions connecting the sensory areas on the left and the right, the motor areas on the left and the right, and also the frontal regions on the left and the right. Even though there were no differences between the groups at the start, after music learning, we saw more robust connectivity. Now, it kind of makes sense for motor and and sensory. Any of you who are a musician, you know that you have to have a really good control of auditory motor integration. You're using both hands, you're doing coordination. But interestingly, we also saw this kind of like more connectivity, integration of information in the frontal regions of the brain. These are regions that are important for attention, executive function, planning, decision-making. And you really don't go to music class to learn how to do decision-making, but it seems that we have this kind of byproduct of music learning that is impacting beyond the auditory regions of the brain. In terms of what did their parents think? Now, these are parents who were committed to go to the program 3 times a week. So there is some bias here, but similar for the sports program. Over time, the children who were in the music group, their parents thought that they were less aggressive and less hyperactive. Not the same pattern for the sports group. And unfortunately, the reverse pattern for the control group from the perspective of their families. And just kind of now honing down on executive function skills. Executive functions are a set of skills that are very important and have been shown to be really strong predictors of success, both academic success and also social kind of well-being, success in relationships. And one of the subsets of executive function is inhibition control. If you stop yourself from having a cookie during lunch, so you wanted to have a better diet and healthier, you're using inhibition control. So we wanted to test inhibition control using a task that most of you may know from the marshmallow task. So sugar is a success with testing children. So we use M&Ms. And what we do is that we basically change the size of the reward. We say you want to have 1 M&M now or 2 later. That's a small condition. Or you want 1 M&M now versus 6 later. That is a large condition. What we saw in the music group, and you see that on the left, if I can get this here, as the size of the reward changes, they tend to wait longer for it. So when it's 1 versus 2, sometimes they're like, yeah, I want the reward now. By the time we get to 1 versus 6, when they have the 6 option, 100% of the time they wait for the M&M. You don't see that differentiation in the control group. So children who have had no music training do not seem to able to have this kind of like future planning, understanding better reward for future. Now, this is inhibition and M&Ms. So the interesting part is whether that translates when you're in middle school. Do you show up to class to graduate? How do you select peer groups? How does that protect against addiction? We also looked at the same kind of processes of inhibition using the Stroop task inside the scanner. And really just to summarize, there's more engagement of these frontal regions of the brain while they're doing this task in the scanner for children who have had music training. One interesting thing that we have now pulled all of our data together is that we see the most potent effective music training at an earlier age, during elementary school. Really between ages 6 to 10 is when we see music. You see kind of the sharpest slope of these plots at an earlier age. Does that mean that leveling off of effect exists? It may be that our assessments are not sensitive to look at what teenagers who have music training do compared to teenagers who do not have. And also, I think it's important to think about if you reach some of these milestones earlier, if you are better at language development, executive control development, it may already put you at a stage that you have more success in life because you've reached that level of maturation earlier. And the last thing is, so we finished with the LA Phil study, and now we're doing a randomized control trial. We basically randomly assign a group of 40 children and told 20 of them they go to music and the other 20 go to a theater program. We have 2 wonderful partners who are both in the room today, the 24th Street Theater and Colburn Community School. And I had no faith that they were going to stay with the program. It's 2 years now. 19 out of 20 are still in the music program and 17 out of 20 are in the theater program. These are children who have, their parents sometimes have to take 3 buses to make it to the program. But from a policy perspective, I think it's really important that if we provide quality music training and if children feel belong to, they show up and they actually learn music. And we are now kind of, this is an NIH funded study. we have met the milestones for feasibility. So we're adding another 70 students to this cohort. So at the end, we have a cohort of 115 students in a randomized control trial. And I think with that, I just want to acknowledge our collaborators, my lab, and thank you very much for your attention.
You can stay on the video mute, or you can use the head.
Thank you very much for organizing this very conference, very important conversation. And I'm very honored to be here and have some famous people around. My name is Chad. I'm chair of music education at UCLA. And yes, so my job is, my job is to prepare future music teachers. And so my students are the students who want to get a bachelor degree in music education with teaching credentials. And this was a very special program at UCLA because we don't have other music teaching credential program in UCs. And so we are the only one UCs who are giving BA in music education with teaching credentials. And we really push them really hard and make sure they are all ready and to be the excellent music teachers for the future. So that's a quick introduction. And myself, I'm originally from Hong Kong, and I did my study in the UK and postgraduate there, and the postdoc research in South Africa. And finally, I landed here in the US for 22 years already. And so I've seen many different countries and worked in different cultures. And so culture and music is a very important theme of my research. And my early research on music and language development, which was a long time ago, my PhD, and with my experience and on my research, I feel that actually children are all born, I mean, it's not just my feeling. There are research studies showing that born with musical abilities, just like the linguistic abilities. So when the children are born and they can learn any languages and they can learn any music too. And so that is so important. And so the psychology, neuroscience research that you're presenting here is very totally aligned with what we see in the field in music education in child development. And it is very important. And so that's why I feel really happy to see this conversation today. And I'm very happy to be part of this conversation. And so today I want to show you my work in teacher education and how important it is, the cultural factors into teacher education in music. And as you all know, we went through a tough time during the pandemic, and lots of awareness about the significance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So this is my these are my students from last year who have just graduated, and we're looking forward to Friday, our 2024 graduation. So as you can see, I have students from Chinese origin, from Korea, Brazil, Mexico, Iran. And so we have diverse student population, just like in the public schools out there. And so it is so important that we are responsive to the culture of the students. I love Western classical music, and that's where I was trained when I was a student at the University of Hong Kong. And but this is not the only music, and so we need to also be responsive to students whose home culture may be different from the culture in the school, Western European culture. So I think that this is so important to give students diverse musical experience and also to be responsive to the way they learn. And so this is why it is important. We are using the cultural responsive pedagogy and curriculum so that they can acknowledge their own musical and cultural identities and understand each other's cultures. So I've published quite a number of articles on the significance of music and cultural understanding through education that is culturally responsive to the students' culture. So in music teacher education, so I have been very much an advocate of using the cultural responsive pedagogy where we are acknowledging the cultures of the students. And there are research studies about how children from different cultures learn differently. And some cultures, actually, they learn more in a collaborative ways. And other cultures, especially like the European cultures, they like to do something more individual and solo. These are all good, different ways of learning. And we have to acknowledge that there's no one size fits all. And so like, for example, at my university, recently, I was helping the dean in making changes in our theory curriculum. So I've offered another alternate theory courses that can be used to satisfy the theory requirements for the students, where students can experience music of more diverse cultures, and at the same time using a different methodology, a project approach to study music theory. So in this way, students who feel like, I would like to have an alternate way of learning, which is more appropriate to their culture or appropriate for their learning styles, and there is an option there. Okay, so there are lots of research and writings about what culturally responsive pedagogy is. And time is short, I will just go through quickly. And so let's go straight to the study I want to show you. I've done a multiple case study of 4 student teachers. And then they have taught the culturally responsive music curriculum at 2 elementary school in LAUSD, and twice a week for 10 weeks. And there are 124 students, 3rd to 5th grade, who have participated. And I look at their weekly reports and final reports and analyze its qualitative studies. And so let me show you what they have taught. So they have taught the hip hop music, Latin pop music, K-pop music, and students feel very connected to them. And they also did some composition projects with Soundtrap, and to write songs about their cultures and express their feelings. And also there are family projects where students have asked talk to the parents and bring music from their family and their cultures and present it to the class. And I don't know why the circles are not there. There should be some circles. And okay, so the 4 elements are knowledge of music pedagogy. So students need to be able to, let me just show you what are the 4 elements. Knowledge of music. So the competition in music from diverse culture. So the student teachers need to be ready and feel confident in teaching music from diverse culture. They not necessarily be specialized in all different kinds of music, but at least they are open-minded and they're ready to research, ready to accept or invite students to come in to support the lessons where it involves diverse cultures. And music pedagogy, because teaching music is also important, how to teach music itself and also to connect to the cultural understanding, cultural information. And knowledge of students, so students feel like you are caring for them. If you try to understand them, not just teach them as, okay, student, but each of them are unique and have their own cultural backgrounds. And so we acknowledge that and care about them. And environmental context is also very important, where the school is situated and the population of the students, and all these 4 elements should be considered. Okay, so the findings is that the student teachers, they are classical musicians, but they are ready to step out of the comfort zone and challenge themselves and embrace this culturally responsive music curriculum in popular music cultures. And they got creative in adapting their lesson plans and instructional strategies to suit the learning environment. And they see music through a multicultural lens. And they felt that teaching a culturally responsive curriculum provided the opportunity for students to open up, feel comfortable, and get excited about coming to school. But that is just good teaching. So that's culturally responsive because if you're a good teacher, you don't just teach students like that, but you try to understand the students and where they are and go to where they are and help them to learn as individuals. Okay, so that's the reference. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Chen Haftek. Absolutely fascinating. And on a personal note, I attended that big school in Westwood, and I majored in music. And it was all Brahms, all Schubert, all Schumann, all the time. So it's very heartening and moving to hear what you have to say about the programs today. We're going to take a short break, about maybe 9 minutes, and we'll be back with the very latest on Proposition 28 to improve arts education in the state. Thanks.
if you can please take your seats. We're gonna want to hear about Prop 28.
In November of 2022, California voters, we overwhelmingly approved Proposition 28, which provides additional funding, a lot of additional funding for arts and music education programs, both in public and charter schools. How's it going? We get an update now from the expert, Sharon Herpin, Senior Research Associate with West Ed, the lead author on the NEA report on improving arts education assessment, and currently leading a research project on the impact of Prop 28, as well as other things. Please join me in welcoming Sharon Herpin.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk to you guys a little about arts education in the schools and what's going on. Want to start with just telling you guys a little about West Ed. I know USC, UCLA, all the universities you guys have heard of. You may not have heard of West Ed. We are a national, nonpartisan, nonprofit research development service training agency. Our mission is really to work with education and other communities to promote excellence, achieve equity, and improve learning and outcomes for children, youth, and adults. And we do that through bridging research, policy, and practice. We run a variety of centers across the US to help provide technical assistance and training to a variety of state education agencies, districts, schools, teachers, leaders. We're all over the place, really. So we do a lot in working towards that mission. And one of the things that I get to do is work toward that mission in arts-related ways. So I've been working in the arts for 20 plus years, and that stems from a passion from, I had an amazing art teacher when I was at school, and that developed my love for arts, and I continued it. And then I went to grad school, fell in love with research, and now I get to combine those two things. So it makes me very happy to combine some of those passions. So one of the things that also makes me happy was we passed Prop 28, and we are going to get a lot more. Yes, absolutely. We are going to get a lot more money for our students, specifically focusing on arts education. And we've seen the lulls and the arts come back, there's a funding crisis, the arts leave, and we're hoping that through the new proposition that we're going to be able to really dedicate a lot more funding and consistent funding and make sure that every student in our state has access and there's an equitable distribution of arts education for every student. Okay, so if you are not familiar with the Proposition 28, also known as the Arts and Music in Schools grant. So as mentioned, it passed in November of 2022, and it dedicates about 1% of our education budget specifically for arts education. In the first year, it ends up being about $938 million. This is an annual investment that we're making in our students for arts education. One of the things that, one of the key things in this proposition is that these funds are intended to supplement, not supplant what's going on. So the idea with that is that if a district is already spending $100,000 on arts education to access their Prop 28 funds, it has to be $100,000 plus. So that Prop 20 is on top of what they are already doing. So we're hoping that that's going to really help infuse additional resources into the arts above and beyond what they have already put into their arts programming. Another key component of the proposition is that 80% of the allocation is supposed to be for staffing. So this is getting credentialed or classified teachers into the classroom working directly with students. So the other 20% is intended to be used for training purposes, professional development, and of course, materials. You know, we need music, we need the instruments, we need the art materials, whatever it might be. So they do have that 20% allocation. California has also provided a process for getting a waiver, primarily in the first years, because for some of our very rural districts, and there's a lot of rural districts in California, especially northern and central, more eastern California, and we don't think about it when we're in LA, but there's a lot of rural schools out there. And it's hard for them to get teachers. And I loved hearing about the presentation on arts, the music program, giving them their teaching credentials, because there is one in California. So we're hoping to see that with this, that there's going to be more opportunity for teaching artists to be in the schools or getting their credentials through alternative methods to help meet that. There's also an allocation for 1% administrative. So actually, I should say it's capped at 1% administrative costs. So it's really intended on infusing funding directly for supporting the arts in classrooms. So one of the things, and this is one of the ways that we do get to bridge that policy, research, and practice. So one of the things that we did this last year is WestEd, we have partnered with Create California. So they're a wonderful organization, big advocates for arts throughout the state. They originally, actually years ago, were the California Alliance for Arts Education, and they are now merged and become Create California. So we are partnering with them on a variety of projects, but one of the things that we did most recently was help develop a planning toolkit. And I'll leave this up because you can't access the QR code. That will take you directly to this toolkit. And it's designed to help districts and schools to be able to plan for how they're going to use their funding. So they're supposed to this year get access. This is the first year, the 23-24 school year, that they were able to get access to these Prop 28 funds. Some of our districts hit the ground running and we're like, we already know what we're spending it on, and we're able to have enough resources to jump in, hire teachers, and start planning. Other districts that we've talked to are like, what's Prop 28? So there's still a big discrepancy, and that maybe the district knows, but the schools don't, the principals don't. And this is really intended at the schools. So we've tried to develop some tools to help schools and in some ways even districts. So we do have on our site just some common questions that we have been hearing as we go out into the field, as we talk to people. We're trying to respond to those. That common questions is constantly, that's one of our pages that keeps growing as we hear more and more things. One of the things with the Prop 28 is collecting community input. So we developed a template to help schools, help districts go out to their communities and get more feedback. So we've encouraged them. If you guys are familiar with the LCAP process, they're also supposed to get community feedback. So we're trying to encourage, do both, integrate both, but find out what's important to your families, what your students want, what's culturally relevant to your students, so that they can get and be interested in the arts and making sure that those connections are made. So we have a template to help them, tips, tricks, tools to get out there and collect that feedback. Because this is a supplement and not supplant type of funding, we provided an inventory for them to help identify what's their current arts programming and how much is that costing them, and what should be included when they're thinking about those costs, and if they want to expand something successful, if they want to try something new, different ways that they can do that. And then a template to help them figure out their expenditures, specifically related to the categories of the Prop 28, looking at the staffing, looking at the administrative costs. And then one of the things, and this is actually one of my favorite parts, because we've created these LEA profiles. So we got to go out and interview staff and district people, the VAPA coordinators at these districts, and write a profile about the amazing things that they're already doing in their schools. So these profiles are intended to help other districts go, oh, maybe I can do that too. and highlight and elevate some great practices that are happening. So there's currently 6 profiles. We are actually working on 4 more currently that will get posted over the summer, and are even looking to do a few more. And we wanted these to be very representative of our state. So we've been looking across Northern California, Southern California, East, West. We've been looking, coming up, we're gonna have a rural profile because we want to make sure they were represented. We're gonna have a charter school profile because we have 1,500 charter schools in this state. So we wanted to make sure that they were included too, because school level, they're still gonna get their Prop 28 funding as well. So to develop the cool toolkit, that's coming. What we're doing now is actually, we this summer got an NEA research grant, and we're gonna be looking at how districts are fulfilling the promise of California's Prop 28. So a couple of our research questions, we have 4 questions that are guiding this study. First, how are they using their funds? That's what we really want to understand to be able to pursue this. What are districts doing? How are they using it? And then we'll get into what are the outcomes? How is this affecting equity and access to the arts? Are we actually seeing those numbers improve? Are more kids being able to take music classes, take art classes, be in a media arts program? One piece that we're looking at is going to be, what are the district needs to be able to offer a equity and access to all type arts program? And then formatively, we're looking at what are those factors that facilitate or hinder equitable access? What's preventing districts from supplying all their students with arts education? So then once we get through those kind of responses, we're going to go and see what those next steps are. How can we look at the policy, look at the legislation to break down those barriers or elevate those facilitators? So in terms of our research, I love the brain research. That sounds so cool, but that is like years from, like, that was grad school. I don't remember the brain pieces. I don't have it. She mentioned like, this is my favorite part of the brain. I'm like, I don't have a favorite part. I'd be lucky to name some parts of the brain right now. So, but we do a lot of mixed methods research. So we will be doing more interviews. We're going to go out into the field, do some key interviews to find out how they're using that. And we are going to translate that into a survey. So we're going to be doing a statewide survey, trying to hit every district that we can, school levels, to find out from their perspective what's going on, how they're using their funds, and really use those interviews more to inform the survey and find out how implementation is going. And then of course, we'll be looking at the existing data that we already have. And if you've been on DataQuest, the California Department of Education's data, you know, arts data, the last time they posted was 2018. And we know there've been huge changes. So we've already been working on like data requests and trying to get them to update some of those data. But there are other sources that we're going to be looking into because we can't count on that. But we're going to do what we can. So really excited about the research that we have coming up over the next year and seeing where this goes in 2 years. Our grant is going to be up at the end of 2025. So hopefully maybe next year or next fall, we can come back and I can actually present some findings for you. And you can see how the districts are using it and if they really are fulfilling this promise. Don't know if we have a few minutes. If anyone has questions around Prop 28 or the study, happy to answer any of those. Yes. Yeah, there's been a lot of conversations about that. We've heard, and there have been news stories already posted about here's the districts that are already doing it well, and here's some districts who are probably in violation of what the law says. And we're gonna try and like kind of stay away from like, we don't want to go like, oh, they're like violating the law. Like, we don't want this to be a gotcha because they won't talk to us if that ever to happen. So we're trying to stay in that kind of neutral stance. So we're just understanding what they're doing and we'll maintain their confidentiality. So we're not going to call out anybody, but we have definitely heard the stories of the districts that are violating essentially the violating the laws. Yes. Our group does not create California, and some of their partners do. So one of our profiles is actually about partnerships. So in those rural areas, they can't, and there's small numbers. So the funding is based on student numbers as well. So they might not have enough numbers to even hire a full-time arts teacher. So we actually are working to identify, like, can you partner with this neighboring district? And combined, can you get a full-time teacher? There's also a group called the Gig Board. So the Gig Board is designed to help pair up potential teaching artists and arts teachers with districts in need. I know they're exploring options for virtual arts instruction for some of those more remote schools, so that they're able to get that virtual instruction. Is probably not quite as great as hands-on, but at least they're going to start getting some arts education. There's also a variety of platforms. One of my other studies, we're working with a platform called MusicQuest, which is all virtual instruction. So designed for, and we just got an NIH grant for this. So it's a platform designed to offer arts education to be provided by non-arts teachers. So there's definitely things coming out. The current estimate is that California needs to hire about 15,000 arts teachers to just fulfill the Prop 28 requirements. Somebody, and I don't have the exact numbers, but somebody said basically if California took every single credentialed arts teacher who gets their credential like next year from the entire nation, we still wouldn't have enough arts teachers. So that's like the deficit that we're looking at. So we're trying to identify other alternatives, the career technical education path to get more classified teachers in there, and different things. But there's definitely a shortage of teachers. There's if they're already a teaching artist, there's some alternative credentialing paths that they can take to get their teaching credential. Or they have to be in the classroom with a credentialed teacher. And I think I am at time, but I would happily answer any of your questions at the break or at lunch as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Sobering news, but obviously Dr. Shen Haftek at UCLA doing very important work credentializing those music students. Thank you very much. So we've heard about the science of music on the brain. We've heard about some very major policy shifts and ambitions. We're now going to hear from some of those teachers in the trenches and those who direct great programs locally. Moderating our panel, Dr. Candice Matteo. Some of this may sound familiar. Assistant professor of music down the road at the USC Thornton School of Music. Her specialties, teaching and learning. And her research focusing on the intersection of musical creativity, social issues in contemporary and popular music, and technology-based music teaching and learning. And I'd love to welcome now to the stage, Dr. Candice Matteo and panelists.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us and for taking the time, and for Asal and team for inviting some of our, as it was beautifully said, teachers and practitioners in the trenches to see. We've been talking about policy and research, but what's actually happening on the ground. And I'm so grateful for this wonderful panel to have taken the time out of their busy, busy days to join us. So first we have Jay McAdams from 24th Street. We have Laia Pujol from the Colburn School and Dr. Andrea Fuentes from the LA Opera. And if you wouldn't mind, take a moment, feel free to talk about yourselves, talk about your program, give us a little taste of what's happening.
I like walks on the beach. So I run an org called 24th Street Theater. We're a longtime partner of USC. We're going on 30 years soon, and we're just less than a mile away from here. So this is our neighborhood. And what we're doing in this project, we do a host of arts ed things. We have a huge field trip program, one of the biggest in the county, served 10,000 students, and that's in a 99-seat theater. So that's 100 performances for school kids each year. And then we have after-school programs as well, and that's what we're doing in this research program. So we have programs from usually 6 to 8th grade, and then from the 9th to 12th grade, we have a teen leadership program, a mentoring program. So, and then we do professional theater as well as all that.
Thank you. Laya.
Yeah, I work at the Colburn School. I also want to mention that I'm a recent USC grad in community music. And at the Colburn School, I am the assistant director of the Center for Innovation and Community Impact. So I mostly take care of all the community engagement, pipeline of learning, and yeah, all the community projects there. At Colburn, currently we have around 2,000 students, but through our community engagement programs, we reach over 4,000. And so we bring musicians to the schools. We partnership with 15 Title I schools around Colburn. We bring the schools into Colburn. We offer many free performances for them. We have scholarships, and also one of the great programs we have is this partnership with USC, the program Excel, in which we train very intensively 20 kids in violin. And it's just been a pleasure to collaborate with USC and to be here today.
Thank you. Dr. Fuentes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. I work with LA Opera Connects. It's the Community Engagement and Learning Office at LA Opera. I've been there since 2018. And so navigating through COVID and all of those changes, it's been nice to return to our in-person gatherings like this. We represent the community, of course, and we work every year with about 150,000 people outside of the Opera House. And so we do that through about 30 different programs that we hope engage people at various access points in their life and in various ways, hopefully with our most vulnerable community members in mind. And as somebody who comes from a background in education, of course, I always think about children and music education in serving our communities, our most vulnerable members who sometimes they're stuck with whatever we put in front of them. So I'm very cognizant of that as we enter this conversation.
Beautiful, thank you. And so I just want to draw attention to the diversity of the approaches and where these spaces exist within our educational kind of ecosystem here. And so we have some that are in the community, some that are more formal music education type spaces, and everything in between. And so when we talk about music, arts education, I want to encourage you to open up your idea and perception of what that can look like, not just the schools, but also beyond. And with that, and I'm so glad that you brought up COVID, we can use that as a catalyst, of course, for many of us, that is still a fresh catalyst for how we're developing our programs or not. But could you talk a little bit about your journey or your program's journey over the last few years, particularly as related to if there are any changes to kind of student-centeredness, student needs, things of that nature? What's been the journey for the last few years for your program?
For us, I mean, we did the same journey everybody did. I think initially we put everything online and scrambled to get kids, equipment and what they needed to do it. We are still, I'm talking to teachers out, regular classroom teachers all the time, and they're telling me, yeah, they still are seeing the learning loss, the discipline issues, the lack of focus, all that. We're seeing it more broadly in that 10,000 number that I gave you, the 10,000 kids that come for field trips all year long, just in, because it's easier to gauge, 100 kids if they're silent or going wild. And yeah, I think we are still seeing our anecdotal observation is that we're still seeing kind of a I guess a lack of focus is what you'd call it, but kind of an unruliness, lack of socialization, maybe you'd call it, with kids.
Has there been anything specific that the program has changed to try to ameliorate that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, in our teaching, sure. Our classes are about, I mean, our after school classes are 20 kids or less. So, that's a fairly small group. So obviously, if you're teaching a class, you adjust to, those issues if you see them. But I think, I mean, we haven't changed our content. I think we're just changing delivery more than anything, just how we deliver it. Am I right, Jenny? Do you think of anything that no. Yeah, so our content's the same, but we're trying to be louder than the kids.
Laya or Andrea, any thoughts about any developments in your program, whether COVID related or not, just over the last few years that you feel have shifted in order to be responsive to student changing needs as of late?
I have thoughts, but I've already formulated mine. So if you'd like to, when people are talking, I'm like, I'm listening, but I'm also formulating. So please.
Well, I was talking to Andrea when we first arrived here, and I was telling her how learning how to use these virtual platforms, like teaching through Zoom, everything. I know that we are trying to get as much in person as possible, but it actually solved some accessibility problems, and especially in Los Angeles, in which transportation is just terrible. And as Dr. Asad was saying, some kids have to take 3 buses, and we are asking them to be in the school 4 times a week. And so some of the students sometimes require, can I have one of these lessons on Zoom? And this just saves me so much time and money and my whole family and bringing the baby. So, I mean, I would say let's keep both. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Andre, let's hear those formulated thoughts.
Well, no pressure, no pressure. I agree with my colleagues in that, much of it is the same in terms of our content, because we lead with our artistic practice, right? And I think for Connects, centering our artistic practice, the civic practice comes out of it. And that's really been important to us, because we can't serve every single person that we would like to. So we try to identify community need through what the community is telling us. And I think that's why we look to our partners in education so heavily. We look to our partners in community structures so heavily, because for us to say that there is an identified need means that somebody has communicated that effectively to us. And so from that lens, what we're hearing in education, what I'm hearing in education spaces is just what was said. And I think I really identified with these conversations this morning, because what does it mean to be culturally responsive? What does it mean to provide better pedagogy? And from our position, and from, I think, I want to speak to access and privilege in LA Opera's privilege as being a larger institution and what we're able to provide. And so we're very cognizant of that, and look to these conversations for feedback. Having said that, just to answer your question more directly in a very short time, hopefully, is that what it means to create arts for all of us, and to create that connection to music for all of us. I mean, everybody turns on a song and they're like, yes, this is the song for me. I have to get myself ready for this meeting or whatever it is you're getting ready for, and I know people will put on music and be like, get ready with me in the morning. And it creates a feeling, right? We all know that it creates a feeling. And so being intentional about that, about what your feelings are when you engage with arts with us, I think is what we are leaning into more and more. We all know about access, and that's always been so important. And now that we're talking about access so directly, what does it mean to be intentional about what that access does? And I think that is where we are.
I love that. I want to talk about that a little bit more for everyone, kind of the access point, but beforehand, what's your hype song?
Can I tell you right now? It's I didn't even know this singer. I'm going to say the name. I might even say it backwards. Chaperone. Do we know this song? Oh my gosh, I'm going to look it up. And while you guys are talking, I'll have it by the end for you.
I need to know this one. I love to hear about new music. So yes. Awesome. We'll ask everyone in the room. Have your hype song ready. So let's talk about the access point of that. What have been the recent needs of access that you've encountered specifically from the particular perspective of your programming, and what are the things that you're trying to adapt or to shift in order to increase access to your programming?
Sure. I always tell this story. When I first started working at Colburn, they gave me the mission of making the families of the kids that are in scholarships or the community around Colburn. My mission was to make them feel welcomed on campus. And at the beginning, I thought like, oh, they got a scholarship, like it's free for them, that's access. But then I realized the economic barriers are just one type of barriers. We have so many others, cultural and social and political, and even sometimes the design of the buildings. I mean, everything is just adding more barriers. So I think now, after reflecting on this for a couple of years, it's just being very personal, being very human, learning as much as I can, not just from the kid, but from the whole family, and trying to tailor their experience in a way that they can take all the advantage of what we are offering. So just keeping in mind, yes, we are always asking for more money, but the economic barrier is just one barrier of the many that we have. So fighting for turning down all the other barriers as well.
Oh, that's wonderfully stated. Anyone else want to add to the access portion?
I talk so much, so please.
I would just add something that was said a minute ago in the previous session about school districts. We've been finding that too. We work theoretically with all 81 districts in the county, and we do a lot of work with LACO, and it is just that there's a huge disparity. You talk to one school district and they, like was said, they don't know what Prop 28 money is, or this or that. Right. Some of these really small districts with 2 or 3 schools in them.
The haves and the have-nots.
Yeah. So that's at the Uber level, that's still kind of a big dissemination problem, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to say that we're really thinking about what it means to be part of the community, not just to say we have this amazing thing and we hope that you will join us in seeing it, and here's all the ways you can interact. But there's that. I love that we're here at USC. I have to admit that I am from UCLA, but I love USC, and I'm so grateful to be here. Oh, you beat us in sports. What else do you want? I just want to say, there is this scientific process. I just have an undergraduate degree in science. So for all of the doctors here in science, the idea that like you have the distance and have the distance and have the distance, and then you can never actually finally have the distance. And so when we're thinking about access, that's what I'm thinking about is when we provide access and we say, here is this space, and we're gonna make it bigger and bigger and bigger, and try to bring you into the fold or meet you where you are, or whatever language seems least offensive to you as we talk about it. And most community building, how do we do that? And then I find out that like the programs that we made in the Opera House that are made to do that, people didn't have food when they arrived. And so then, how do I talk about that, and how do I create access, and what does it really mean for me to share this value and this gift? And that's where I think our brains are at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. That's fantastic. Yeah.
One thing to add on access, we our Excel parents, we found a few months in, we're sitting in our lobby because we didn't bring them into the classes with the kids, but they could see a monitor, a stage monitor in the lobby, so they could see it but not hear it all. And they started asking like, what is this for? Why are we, because they're just seeing the kids walk in circles and do things, and they're like, what is this? So so we started a writing program for the parents. We got our associate artistic director, who's a published author, and we brought him in, and he's a Spanish speaker from Mexico. So So he led writing workshops while we were working with the kids in the theater. And I don't know, I guess we started that maybe a third of the way through our Excel program. And we found, kind of like what you were saying, that by giving the parents, you know, we were already giving them coffee and trying to make them feel welcome, but by giving them a workshop and making them creative, we found that kind of helped them get the kids there, and it made it more of a family thing.
This idea of holistic arts education, right? Not just teaching the content, but it's so much more than this, right? And teaching and reaching the human and the surrounding in the community. I think that's critical and beautifully put to all of you. Thank you. So thinking about this kind of sense of belonging, if you will, have you seen in your programs that your spaces have become spaces where students of all backgrounds are feeling that they are seen, that they belong, that they might not otherwise find in the community or in the school or whatever that looks like? Can you talk a little bit about that and from what you've seen in your experiences?
Yeah, we strive to do that always. We call our open doors, you know, theaters don't keep their doors open except when they do shows. We keep ours open all the time. And, you know, all kinds of folks come in, homeless people, a lot of USC parents roaming around the neighborhood wanting to know what this is on the corner. So that is always a part of it. We've had a few Colburn students over the years come and work with our inner city kids, which has been just a beautiful, you know, mixing of cultures, because that is so, you know, Colburn is so high end and, you know, and professional. And then for those kids that are used to that, you know, type of education to mix with, you know, inner city kids, teaches them all. So it's been a help. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Please
I gave you composing time.
formulate those thoughts.
Yeah, I do. I agree that the holistic approach, I mean, it's so needed and so necessary. And whenever we're considering, you know, I think the culturally relevant part of this, that we're learning so much, like in this position, like we really have to just be the conduit of the information. And that's really been I do want to just maybe speak to the next point, which is that you as an individual become so critical in this, in how you process the information you're receiving and how open you are to it and how open you are to admitting past failures on behalf of the educational paradigms of Los Angeles. I admit that there are failures and sometimes and we need to address those. And so that's, you know, we're thinking about this holistic approach. I'm really thinking about what it means for myself, for our staff, how we interact with this, and you know, how much wounding and trauma there is around performance and your interests more generally, and how we speak to those and in being reparative with the spaces we create.
That's wonderful. And speaking of the sense of belonging, I tease about the UCLA. We actually work very nicely together. Many of us are collaborators on that. So you're very welcome.
We
here.
paint their statues,
That's
they paint
right.
our statues.
That's right. That is right. So speaking of the learning aspect that you kind of that you referenced in there, can you talk a little bit about some significance that you've seen relative to student development, to student wellness and health, and also beyond, therefore, the community wellness and health? What has that been like?
Yeah, for us, I mean, that kind of goes hand in hand. Our whole thing about arts instruction is, you know, we want to sure open everybody's creative pathways, but mostly we're trying to make better humans out of them and get them, you know, communicating. But one thing that we've learned, I mean, one thing we've witnessed from all this that I think speaks to your question of kind of holistic well-being is for us, the 3 times, you know, we we had kids in our program, and then there were kids in the Colburn program. And we had to have the exact same dosage of instruction. So it was 3 days a week. Most of our experience in our 28 years down there with after school programs has been 1 day a week, only because we had so many kids. We've always had a waiting list. So we do, the 6 to 8 year olds on Tuesday, the old, blah, 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 break them up that way. But that means that every kid only gets one class a week. With the Excel program, we were doing 3 classes a week with 6-year-olds for the first time. And we really got a kind of a up high view of what that looks like in terms of their learning compared to our other class of once a week, 6, 7, 8-year-olds. And what we saw is that 3 days a week is a game changer, and those kids rose up beyond in terms of skills and ability and confidence. They rose up above our other kids in our regular program.
Gosh, the practitioners in the room are saying, oh, if I could have more than 1 day a week with my students. Gosh, I mean, that's incredible. Fantastic. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, to me, this learning situation that permeates into the families and then into the larger community, and therefore transforming the community wellness and community well-being, it's been something wonderful to witness, because again, with the Excel program, you give 20 kids a violin and you put them in the classes, but then you kind of see how the family becomes a musical family, and they practice at home, and then they play when they have a special dinner or a celebration, and then they go to the LA Phil, or they go to the opera, or they go to the theater, and it just transforms the whole family, and hopefully this expands even farther than the family. So it's incredible to see how you plant a little seed on a kid when they are 6 years old, and how the transformation just is exponential around them. That's the beautiful thing about the community art programs for me.
Oh, that's wonderful. Let's see where we are. Perfect. We're okay on time? Okay, great. So I wanted to actually open up our final question, then I'd like to open up for a Q&A for everyone. I'll start with you, Dr. Fuentes. Based on all this research and all this conversation that we've had, many of us here know the inherent value of what we do in arts education, providing access and community and things like that. How would you describe the value of offering this, making sure there's accessible, holistic arts education provided in the communities and in the schools? How would you describe that value? Could you describe that value?
Well, I just very quickly, I think it is the question, and as you were both speaking, I was thinking about evaluation and what it means in this space to talk about dosage and the ability to have access in a specific way. And I know that that's part of the conversation and the direction that these conversations are going sort of more broadly. For me to talk about value in this way, I mean, what does it mean to have a creative expression touch you as a person and to be able to identify with your feelings? And I think that that is a big part of it. Opera is storytelling and all of these things, and how we see ourselves reflected in addition to the music. And so walking both of those, the storytelling aspect in addition to the music for us is of course like at the center of what we do. And so how do you see yourself reflected in the world, and how do you identify yourself through multiple means of access is sort of the broader issue for us.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Yes, I agree.
Yay. Right. So I'd like to open up the conversation to all of us here. Does anyone have any burning thoughts, questions, comments, concerns you'd like to chat with the panel about? Yeah, we can. Wonderful projection, by the way. Yeah.
So what you're doing by getting them off the devices actually for an hour a week, it's actually pretty amazing. That's actually not the or any of the rest of it like that. Next thing is to cover. You know, just as a sort of a have you guys thought about walking devices?
Well, as a technology teacher, music teacher, I can actually speak to that a little bit. And there's anecdotal evidence and research evidence that talks about this, that when they are engaged in music making, even if we mediate through the devices as kind of a bridge, especially for those that are not socially comfortable interacting with others, there's that safety net provided in allowing them to create and kind of identify themselves through the musical creation. And then that moment where they take the headphones out and go, hey, listen to this thing. It's magical, and it starts to create those connections. And then we, from a pedagogical perspective, we can kind of stretch that and then become more communal in the sharing and expand through group project and then onward and onward to slowly take away the device when it's not necessary. And there's no freak out because we took the iPhone or the pad away. It's pretty interesting. So I can only speak to that element, but our panelists, any thoughts? Anything you want to share about that?
Yeah, we don't really incorporate. I mean, they turn them off and keep them out of the room in our class.
Yeah, same thing.
Do you find any resistance to that?
Not at all. No.
Thank you for that. That's all. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Colburn with this Excel program, we combine both. So they have 2 days of group setting and 1 day of private setting. I think for the kids, being in a group setting is super helpful because there is so much peer learning. There is also, we try to promote healthy competition in a way like, oh, this kid can play that. This means I could also can if I practice more. So they are aware. Whereas if you are only on your own, you just see your teacher and then yourself, it seems like you're never gonna be up there. So you kind of maybe become less interested in practicing to catch up something that's more achievable. I think the other great thing is that we have the families in the hall as in the 24th Street Theater. They just casually hang out there while the kids are inside. And then I think something beautiful that Ulises there and myself, because we can't speak Spanish, we just hang out with them. And sometimes it feels like they are doing you so many questions about everything, about how do we, the first weeks, they didn't even dare to take the instrument out of the case. And then they didn't know how to purchase tickets for something. So it's just hanging out with them and meet them at their questions that sometimes they say, this is going to be ridiculous, but I don't really know how. There's nothing ridiculous here. Let's talk about it. So yeah, I think the group setting builds community and makes it feel like a hospitable institution as well. And it's super, super important.
Thank you. So I'm afraid that we're out of time at this point. However, I'm sure that they will be available for autographs and or questions. So please join me in thanking these rock star music educators. Deeply important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matteo, and awesome panelists. It's so inspiring to hear the kind of work that is being done within a mile or so of where we are today. Very, very inspiring. So we've heard about some of the amazing work being done by our local arts educators. We're going to get a wider picture now from the leading arts administrator in Los Angeles County and arts advocate, I might add, a name known to many of you, Kristen Sakota, director of the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture, which provides grants and technical assistance to hundreds of arts nonprofits. Also a storied arts internship program, which I think is the largest anywhere. So it's also helpful to know that Ms. Sakota herself is an attorney and an artist, a former member of the dance and social justice company Urban Bush Women, electrifying dance company. And I guess for a change of pace, she appeared on Broadway in Mamma Mia and Rent. Please join me in welcoming Kristen Sakota.
Great. Thank you so much. And that was a very kind introduction. So it's wonderful to be here. Oh yeah, sure. I'll take this too. I know I still call former, but as a former dancer, I do like to move around. So you never know. I'll keep this one handy too. It's wonderful to be here. And I just want to start first by acknowledging everybody who came together to put this program together. So thank you so much, Asal Habibi, Dan Levitin, Renee Fleming, Indra, everybody who came together. Just one round of applause, please, for this incredible program today. And I also want to uplift again that this event is part of Los Angeles County Arts and Health Week. So this is the third iteration of what is now becoming an annual event. And it's really exciting, spearheading from the leadership of LA Opera, of Renee Fleming, the World Health Organization, and other partners. And LA County Department of Arts and Culture is thrilled to be a partner. And with that, we have the leadership of Supervisor Hilda Solis, who for the third year in a row has done a motion so that the entire Board of Supervisors has proclaimed this LA County Arts and Health Week to uplift the visibility of all the work that all of us do and that we're doing around the country and here in LA. So huge kudos to that. And I'm really excited about that. Yes, you can clap. I see claps. Clap. So I'm honored to be here to share a bit about what we're doing. And I've got a few folks with me. Okay, I've got a few folks with me here from our team. Just want to acknowledge a few folks. Matt Augustin, who's with us from our research and evaluation team. Yes, we have a research and evaluation team inside the LA County Department of Arts and Culture, which is actually rare for a local arts agency. Our arts education division, who most of which are not here, but led by Denise Grandy. I'm going to be talking a lot about their work. Communications, Kristen Frederick, and others. So thanks all to them. And as was noted a little bit, just I guess before I go there, a little bit about me, as was noted before, yes, my whole life and career, I feel like we're talking about, like so many of us, the arts are so deeply entwined in who I am and everything I believe, everything I know, and everything I've achieved. And I was so fortunate to be able to engage in the arts from a very young age of 4, following my big sisters. They were starting ballet lessons. So I said, I want to join them too. And also really had the foundational experience of living, I grew up in Chicago, but of living where we were when I was little in the south side of Chicago, And if you've read, I sort of like to tell the story, if you've read Michelle Obama's book, Becoming, she talks a lot about this particular era of time of the South Side of Chicago, where there was a lot of white flight and a lot of deterioration of the neighborhoods. And my parents were in the fortunate position of being able to move us to the first suburb you hit west. You cross the street from Chicago, from the west side of Chicago, and you get to a place called Oak Park. And Oak Park, Illinois has phenomenal, highly rated public schools. It's beautiful. Frank Lloyd Wright has a home and studio there. Ernest Hemingway went to my high school, and notably there was art, musical theater and things like that, dance troupes in the public schools, in addition to things I could do after school. And so it's really instilled something in me in terms of everything that I've been able to do and achieve, but also a very strong belief that no child should ever have to move from where they live, should ever have to have a certain amount of income or look a certain way. Everybody deserves access to the arts. So again, yes. Okay, so with that, the LA County Department of Arts and Culture, the public sector does play a role, of course, in all of this. So for us, we are the local arts agency for Los Angeles County. And so our mission is really big and broad, advancing arts, culture, and creativity throughout LA, and really thinking about how Los Angeles can be a place where the arts are integral to civic life for all of our communities. Now, we do that in a number of ways. I'm really only going to primarily talk about one of them today, but we do that in a number of ways, and these are really our strategies for fulfilling that mission. So we have a grants and professional development division where I'm proud to say we fund, now it's grown after COVID, we fund about 650 different nonprofit organizations all across the county in every artistic discipline. We include 24th Street, LA Opera, and many others among our grantees. And we also provide professional development and technical assistance for nonprofit arts organizations. We also have as our largest division, our arts education and youth development team. And I'm going to talk a bit more about their work, but ultimately our aim is to expand access and equity in arts education for all youth and students in LA County. We commission individual artists for civic art, original commissions on county facilities and civic spaces, and do incredible programs with our artists in professional development and collections care. Small but mighty research and evaluation team produces original reports. We also commission data like the recent workforce demographic study of the nonprofit arts workforce in LA, as we're talking about diversity and inclusion and perceptions of inclusion in the arts nonprofit workforce, for example. Creative career pathways, boosting folks' ability to get into this field. So not only through arts education, which is the cornerstone and is key, but also as they develop. So work-based learning, the LA County Arts Internship Program for college students, it's open now. I have to always promote stuff. Sorry, it's can't stop. It's open now. So if you know any college students who are interested in a paid internship with over 100 different partners, LA Opera, are you guys a partner? Yep, they're not. So there are internships at over 100 different arts organizations all around LA County, and they're open right now on our website for college students, for example. And we're also developing more ways for young, underrepresented folks, even younger, to see themselves in all the different careers they can have. So a program in beta called Creative Careers Online. You can check that out as well. We're also connecting cross-sector strategies through the arts. So we're placing artists in residence, for example, in other county departments. So we've had an artist in residence in the Office of Immigrant Affairs. We've had artists in the Department of Mental Health, in Parks. And currently we have an artist named Patrice Colors who is working with us and the county's homeless initiative. And we have had one in the county's human resources. It goes on, but it's really incredible as we continue to build out these cross-sector arts intersections. And all of what we do through a lens of what we call cultural equity and inclusion. So thinking about the idea that not only does everybody deserve access to the arts, but we all want to see and deserve to see all of our different diverse cultural forms and heritage and communities well represented and well resourced as we do that, as some of our incredible panelists today have talked about. Just highly touching on these, looking at this work, like I've been so inspired by everybody doing this work across the field that it made me look anew at the work we're doing and pull out some of the strands of ways that we're advancing arts and health specifically. So civic art, there's incredible research around the value of visual art in hospitals and wellness facilities. Data that literally, you know, shows about the healing time and recovery time is sped up for folks if they've got art or they can see nature in their hospital room. So our commissions putting civic art in our hospital spaces is part of our work. Arts education and youth development, expanding access to the arts all across school districts, but also thinking about the intersection of meeting youth where they are in communities, as well as in county institutions such as foster care or the probation system, where we know some of our youth are in county camps and detention halls, and really prioritizing those systems impacted youth. Through our grant making, we're supporting hundreds of arts organizations broadly, but also some that are really focused on creating healthy hubs through the arts, for example, with LA Commons and other ways of integrating arts and health, whether it's dance for Parkinson's or any other thing you could imagine. Cross-sector arts, as I mentioned, are artists in residence in county departments, and then convening. Again, we're so thrilled to be a partner, not just through our professional development work, but we also convene LA Arts funders, so colleagues in philanthropy, some of whom are with us today in this room. And of course, it's been an incredible honor to be part of LA County Arts and Health Week and the summit this Friday. Okay. But now I want to really turn to arts education and focusing on that work for the rest of my presentation. In our work in arts education, it spans, as all of our work does, across really program, policy, and practice. So we're investing in programs and delivering programs, but we're also creating policy. So the LA County Regional Blueprint for Arts Education was developed by our department together with LA County Office of Education and hundreds of stakeholders, and serves as kind of the visionary blueprint for arts education for the region, thinking about and really naming culturally relevant, culturally sustaining, culturally responsive pedagogy, naming cultural equity, and naming access to the arts, as well as support for creative career pathways and all of our youth as kind of the foundational document, so that when things like Prop 28 happen, we've got a policy basis to then be encouraging all of our partners in schools. We're also funding advancement grants for school districts. So as it was said earlier, there are about 81 school districts in LA County. LAUSD is the largest among them. Of course, it's huge. But if you stop at LAUSD, even if you were to reach everybody there, that would be 1/3 of the 1.5 million students in LA County. So we've worked over 20 years, starting with only 5 school districts, to now be working with almost all 80 of them through our strategic planning and coaching in arts plans and through our advancement grants, supporting music in schools, instruments and professional development, and more. But I want to focus really today on an innovative program that we have developed that is called Creative Wellbeing. It's really an approach to fostering communities of wellness that we co-developed together with staff from the LA County Department of Arts and Culture and our arts education team, with the LA County Office of Child Protection, the Department of Mental Health, and a group of arts organizations and leadership from an organization called Arts for Healing and Justice Network, and more about that. So as we began to develop this, we were approached actually by the Office of Child Protection in about 2017. At that point, they recognized that the work we were beginning to do utilizing arts education as a support for positive youth development for youth in detention had a real interest to them as both a prevention mechanism. How do we keep kids out of the system in the first place, but also as an intervention and as a broad support. And so wanted to start to focus on foster youth. So we came together, we received some initial seed funding at that time in 2018 from the Department of Mental Health through Mental Health Services Act state dollars to initiate the effort and to co-design what could be this curriculum, what could begin to be this approach with all of the colleagues. And in 2019, I'm excited that we were able to bring onto our staff someone named Elizabeth Nails, who unfortunately was out of town, couldn't join us today. But at the time she was co-chair rather of the LA Suicide Prevention Network. And she's a trained social worker, and she now joined the Department of Arts and Culture in our Art Education division to really lead this work. The way that we build this program really starts in many ways with human design, human-centered design, and thinking about the students. So here you're seeing students at Crete Academy, which is a small community-led public charter school in South LA. And they were working with teaching artists and a licensed clinical therapist to share stories of people they lost. In many cases, parents or even multiple parents or caregivers or immediate family members due to causes such as COVID, community violence, or opioid overdose. And these young folk are an example and the way that they are moving through that process and that trauma and thinking about their own self-determination through the arts is an example of the work that's happening through the program of creative well-being. So creative well-being, the primary focus is to meet young people where they are. It is essentially bringing arts education as a non-traditional mental health resource to young people. And so it's integrating arts-based activities to promote mental health in settings with young people. But critically, it doesn't stop there. Not only are we prioritizing from the start systems impacted youth and foster youth, given a high degree of trauma and a lot of the research around trauma in childhood and impacts throughout your life, there's also intentional focus on supporting the adults who care for the youth and providing them with professional development and engagement through the arts as well. And those can be parents, but they can also be social workers, teachers, mental health clinicians, and more. So taking an ecosystems approach for long-term change. As I mentioned, it is a program that's administered by and managed by the Department of Arts and Culture and our Arts Education Youth Development Division, but it's done with a whole group of partners. And you see them here named. We also do have UCLA in the house in terms of, in terms of, and I'm going to break that rivalry and say, sorry, folks, but I actually went to Stanford. And then NYU, New York in the house. Okay, well, yay. Okay, so we're from all over, Chicago, everywhere. We're all good. We're all winners. But so it takes a village, and these are some of the partners who are supporting this work, hosting this work, serving as sites of professional development, or helping to fund this work. It's also collaboratively implemented in terms of the community-based arts practitioners who support this work. So right now, currently, we have contracted for 27 different community-based arts organizations as our partners and providers. And so this includes Arts for Healing and Justice Network and the 22 member organizations there, which include so many incredible organizations, but including Actors Gang, Armory Center for the Arts, Homeboy Art Academy, Jail Guitar Doors, Tia Chucha Centro Cultural, Versa Style, Right Girl, and the list goes on. And some of you may know, I'm so excited to just say this, that the Arts for Healing and Justice Network was actually just honored by artist Mark Bradford as part of the Getty Prize, where he got to select an organization to receive a $500,000 recognition award, and he chose them based on the strength of this work. So that's incredible visibility. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. So by collaborating all together, we are meeting youth where they are across school-based work, but also in institutional settings, and then professional development for adults can be in person or virtual. So this is happening year round, and we're excited to be implementing this in a number of ways. This slide is to just really get into kind of a little bit more like, you know, for us, I very much consider myself rooted in the arts, but doing a lot of intersectional work. But sometimes I find it really interesting that someone was talking about dosing earlier, to think about sort of what is the language, what is the modality of thinking in with our counterparts that we're working with across sectors. So in working with our county health departments and in their world, we're really supporting the clients and communities that they serve. This is who we are serving at the Department of Children and Family Services, which oversees one of the largest foster foster care agencies in the country. It's youth that are at short-term residential treatment programs, temporary shelter care facilities, foster family agencies, group homes. At Department of Health Services, this is part of the ambulatory care network, their mental health centers and others. And with a Department of Public Health partners, sometimes it is community-based partners like Pomona Wellness Community Center, and working with their Office of Violence Prevention on the Teen Mental Health Summit. So really resourcing and supporting social workers, healthcare providers, as well as the young folks and the parents. It's also just a joy to see the collaborative efforts and sharing this resource is available on our website. And so it's open to all. It's a gorgeous kind of community-led creative wellbeing curriculum guide, has art from young folks and others in there. And so by sharing this work, we hope we're sharing these promising practices with all. And it's also been featured on the Wellbeing for LA Learning Community, which anyone can attend those virtual sessions, which now has 755 members. All right, so some numbers. I like numbers, and I'm sitting in the side of sort of public policy, and so thinking about what have we done in terms of numbers. So over the last few years, we have been able to reach, as you can see here, over 3,000 youth that have been served through a variety of formats. 13,000 adults have attended or been served in our professional development and arts-based virtual and in-person sessions. And we've been delivering arts education as a non-traditional mental health support in 107 sites across all 5 county supervisorial districts. Thank you. So I want to, I'm really now excited to share something that's kind of hot off the presses, and I should maybe do a time check too. How much time do I have left? Okay. All right. I will do my best. I want to just uplift, and I hope you guys, I know it's really small to see this, but I'm very excited that our research and evaluation team and our arts education team and our partners worked with Harder and Company to do a program evaluation of creative well-being. And it's hot off the presses. It's just now going live on our website, and will be more formally shared and disseminated soon, but a preview here of what this showed. So for Harder and Company, we really wanted to capture what we were achieving and what kind of change are we able to build. And so working with our team, including Matt Augustin, who's here, the team did surveys, focus groups, and qualitative method called ripple effects mapping. And there's an interesting sort of footnote here, but I think it's important to mention. Through this work, Harder and Company also really brought to our attention their work around thinking about surveys and the efficacy of retrospective surveys so that you don't have to always do a pre and post survey. Sometimes if you're doing a different kind of program in different locations, or you've already, started the program and you think, well, darn, now we really can't do a pre and post, but there is retrospective survey, which they actually think is more effective in certain situations like this. And so they have begun to put out some literature about that. So retrospective surveys were used here as well. And in doing this, what we found is that creative well-being was shown to have these incredible ripple effects on youth, adults, but also expanding culture shift as we move through systems. So what were some of these findings? Some of the findings were, in terms of young folks, is that creative well-being support and build stronger connections for young folks in terms of their interest to the arts. It is, of course, expanding access to the arts, but also skill development in arts in not only technical things, like did they learn how to draw or how to write, but also in emotional and relational skills. Positive social emotional benefits were observed, as well as learning about other cultures and having confidence and leadership in different avenues for expressing themselves. We also noted that for adults, it was found that creative well-being built stronger connections with their colleagues together, and they were more able to use healing-centered arts activities with youth to increase well-being in the programs and the services that they led, even non-arts related services that they led. They felt they were able to empathize with the youth and their experiences, and they wanted to learn more about the arts as a non-traditional mental health support. I'll also just share that in the last few years, as we've had a lot of conversations about the arts intersectionally with folks in the counter family, folks who every day are dealing with foster youth and families or challenges that they're trying to serve kind of on the front lines of homelessness and other civic issues. they tell us we need healing too. And that for folks to be able to help others heal, the healing for those delivering the programs, I think cannot be underestimated. The evaluation also found shifting systems within systems. So we see all these kind of folks here starting to move differently, integrating the arts into their meetings, starting to say, yes, we want that program in our setting and expanding the reach of the program and starting to really think about a community of practice around the arts. And we've also, I'm excited to say, been able to expand the different locations and types of settings where we are delivering arts education, whether it's in the home, in peer-to-peer relationships, virtual, and beyond. So with all of this, and it's a full evaluation, and so I hope you will access it, read it. It's on our website, lacountyarts.org. I want to uplift a few things that are happening next before I close. One, I'm excited to share, and for those of you, I don't know if anybody's coming to Friday's Arts and Health Summit. Okay, a few of you are. So you might hear a snippet of this again, but I'm gonna talk more broadly there. But I'm excited to share and kind of more publicly announce that by partnering with the LA County Department of Mental Health, we've been able to secure an additional tranche of $3 million from the State Mental Health Services Act coming through the LA County Department of Mental Health that they awarded to us for this program. And additionally, another $3 million will be coming to us through LA County's Care First Community Investment Program. So $6 million to help grow and sustain this work over the next 3 years. And that's something to cheer about. And then here you just have a brief look of some of the things we're doing ahead, continuing to infuse arts into child welfare, professional development series. Fabian Deborah, an incredible person who just got an NEA award, who works with Homeboy Art Academy, will be leading a grief and loss residency with 30 bereaved high school students in Boyle Heights. Lots of incredible programs coming, and I'm just excited for this work. I want to thank all of the partners. We couldn't do this without them, Arts for Healing and Justice Network, and all the teaching artists and all the young people and the families and communities on the ground, and our partners working in mental health, research, and otherwise who have really begun to embrace this work. That's what I've got. This is where you can find us. And if I leave you with one other thing today, it's just that this work is growing. I really feel we're at such a tipping point. And if there's anything more that we can do to support your efforts, please don't hesitate to reach out. And I hope that we all will continue to push the narrative that the arts are of incredible value to us in so many ways, including not least among them, our health. Thanks. And it is my pleasure to now bring up Dr. Dan Levitin, who's going to give us closing reflections.
Say what? Thank you, everybody. How about can you hear me? How about another hand for Kristen Sakota? I think one thing that's clear from today is that not only is Los Angeles a leading center for arts and culture, but maybe it's also becoming a leading center for brain, mind, and arts health. What do you think about that? And imagine going to a high school that Ernest Hemingway went to. You're sitting in your English class, you hand in your essay. The teacher says, you know, it was pretty good, but we had this student before you, Ernie. It was a lot better. You're not measuring up to Ernie. I don't know if I'd want the pressure. It's been a great program this morning. Asal really put together the coherence of the program, and she deserves a great round of applause because the coherence of it. Everything really hung together, and I wanted to just review very quickly my thoughts on how all of this holds together. So Tony Shaheen began talking about noise and pitch, and one of the implicit things in all of this is that the brain is a giant change detector. One of its primary missions is detect change and regularity in the environment. And with these noise bursts that he uses, white noise versus pink versus brown, there are actually these melodic qualities embedded in them. Noise sounds like noise until your brain hears different kinds of noise. See if you can detect a pitch in this. Right? You could make a melody with that. Just out of noise, because the brain is focusing on that. And one thing that Tony has shown us is that this perception of noise, when you hear it as musical, is right hemisphere lateralized, like music. It happens in higher levels of auditory cortex, not just primary. Greater phase locking for musicians tells us that musicianship confers an advantage to brain structure. There are beneficial neuroplastic changes that accrue from music education, also as shown by Asal. And Lucina Udine had showed us something about the default mode network. Lucina was a postdoc in the lab where my collaborator, Vinod Menon, where Vinod and I have worked together for 25 years, studying a lot of the circuits that she spoke about. She emphasized the 3 brain modes: the default mode network, so the daydreaming network, the salience network, the thing that governs your switching of attention, and the central executive. And the key thing that I take from her work is that the salience network is intimately involved with emotion, empathy, pain, and conflict resolution. And music activates uniquely not just the default mode daydreaming network, but also the salience network, because music is an auditory stimulus, and it's the auditory startle reflex that causes us to suddenly attend to something. One of the current theories about why music can be so emotionally impactful is because it's addressing simultaneous pathways at a very low level. It's feeding your brain stem and the potential startle reflex. And so the reason you get goosebumps is because you're using that pathway in parallel with this daydreaming mode. And the conflict resolution is something that Renee and I and others have talked about as a potential use and application for music. If music can activate empathy and a conflict resolution mechanism, imagine if world leaders sat down before their negotiations and listened to music together. Work out of my lab with Vinod, in fact, and when Lucina was in the lab, our work showed that when people listen to the same music, their brain waves literally synchronize. So you can imagine the role that that might have for conflict resolution. Saul talked about the corpus callosum and more robust connectivity for musicians. And that corpus callosum is important because the idea of being able to shuttle information back and forth between the right and the left hemisphere means that people with thicker corpus callosi tend to be better at problem solving and imaginative thinking in general, and greater inhibitory control, more ability at future planning. I want to touch on the imaginative thinking again in just a moment. After reviewing Lily Chen Haftek's work, Lily and I met in Uppsala in 1997. Just imagine that, almost 30 years ago. And it's been such a pleasure and a wonder to watch her become a world leader in music education research, now chairman of the only UC Department of Music Education Research. And one of the things I think that's an important and novel aspect of her work is really to respect different musical traditions, not just in music education, not just in the certification of teachers, in the practice of music ed in the classroom, but in music research. We do too little of cross-cultural music exposure, music stimuli in our research. We tend to use music of the Western tradition. Work by Bill Thompson and others has shown that if you take Mozart into the literal jungle or the Ural Mountains or into rural China and rural India, people do not like Mozart better. There's nothing special about Western music. It's cultural. And I think we want to cast a wide net when we're looking at human reactions to music, not just Western people's reactions to music. The other thing she talked about that really sparked a fire in me was the idea that we need to experience music collaboratively, not just as a solo activity. And that's where some of the greatest benefits come from. And just adding to Sharon and Candace's work, students who study music, research has shown, have fewer behavioral problems, partly because of increased impulse control. Think of us all as M&Ms. Also increased empathy, that leads to fewer behavioral problems. And the tragedy of California's school system is that since Prop 13, 1976, we've eviscerated what was once the country's greatest music ed system. I grew up in the California of Governor Pat Brown, in a rural Northern California public school where we had one music teacher for 5 schools. And he went around, his name was Buzz Eady. Mr. Eady went around to one school per day, and he had a room full of instruments. And any school child in this rural school district, starting at age 8, who wanted to play an instrument, the district would give them a free instrument and a free hour a week of instruction. And you could take the instrument home, and you could take it home over the summer. And out of that one school district came members of Stan Kenton's band, the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra, Ray Charles Band, and a lot of very happy, well-adjusted people who did not make music their career, but brought music along with them and all of its benefits through the rest of their lives. And I went to visit Mr. Eady, who's now retired and living in Oregon, last summer, 90 years old. And he was saying that after 1976, they had him teaching driver's ed and typing. I think we need to work together to bring back that California. Don't you agree? I liked what Jay McAdams said about keeping an open door to the arts. It should be an open door, not a revolving door, not a closed door, an open door. I liked what Laya said about music education permeating the family. Music benefits the family, and from there it benefits the community. Beyond the individual, it's not just about the individual. Andrea Fuentes said, don't be afraid to address failures as a way to grow. I think that's important, and perhaps one failure is what we've done to the California music system by not investing in it, thinking that music is a secondary activity. I always thought it was really strange. People say, well, you should study music because music makes you better at math. Would you ever say, well, you should study biology because it makes you better at painting? You would never hear the reverse argument, right? But it's, I mean, music and art should be studied for their own sake. They have their own benefits. You don't need to justify them. And maybe another failure that we can address that, in the spirit of Andrea, is not getting the message across to the community about the value of the arts. I just want to close with something that my friend Kent Nagano, who was the original director of the music director of the LA Opera, says, which is why we need the arts. Kent says, Kent grew up in Morro Bay, another rural school district, really, learned to play music there, went to UC Santa Cruz, became a world-class conductor. He conducted the Berkeley Symphony Orchestra, music director of the LA Opera. He's now the music director of the Hamburg State Opera, and a fabulous musician. And he says the reason we need the arts is because it engages imaginative thinking. There's that default mode network again. If you want to change the world, to heal the world, and to make the world a better place, Kent says, you need to imagine the world not as it is, but the way it could be. That is imaginative thinking. And it's imaginative thinking that we only get through literature and painting and dance and sculpture and theater and music. That's the future. Thank you.
Wow. Who could possibly say it better? Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Kristen, for your incredibly inspiring and comprehensive work on behalf of the arts as a healer. We're going to drill down into that concept of music and wellness after our lunch break. We're going to hear about the latest in music therapy techniques, interventions with music for aging populations, and for the hard of hearing, as Tony Shaheen alluded to this morning. So plenty of food for thought and food for lunch right now. The lunch box is to be served outside. I want to invite you to take a minute, perhaps before or after you eat, to check in at the KUSC table, where my boss, Minnie Prince, will tell you about a very exciting new initiative we have for sharing a love of music with children. Thank you. See you in a little under an hour.
All right, Sunil, we're.
Hi. Oh, wrong background. Just get rid of this. There we go. Can you hear me? Excellent. Can you see me? I see that you can.
Hi, Sunil, can you hear us?
I can hear you great.
Okay, cool. Why don't you just give us count till 10 and then we can just check your levels. All right.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry, I'm moving things around my desk here. Can you hear me? How are the levels? Good? Okay. Now let me know if I should put my screen up or wait till later. Okay, thank you.
trade ideas and research. A lot of electricity in the air. We're ready now to take a deep dive into the very rich and fast-growing field, as many have commented, the field of music and wellness. And our first guest is virtual. He comes to us from DC. Suni Iyengar directs the Office of Research and Analysis at the National Endowment for the Arts. Under his leadership, the office, among many other things, launched research labs. They formulate strategic plans for the agency, and they've established productive partnerships with the U.S. Census Bureau. Imagine that, a productive partnership with the U.S. Census Bureau. And so he's going to share some of the ongoing work of the NEA in promoting arts and health. And by the way, he himself, a poet, former journalist covering the biomedical research beat, so he knows it from both sides. We're delighted to have him join us virtually right now. Sunil Iyengar.
Thank you very, very much. Thanks. I'm just thrilled to be here, even virtually. And I'm assuming you can hear me because I think I can hear on your end if you can't hear me. But I wish we could be there in person. I did want to say how it's a special privilege to be here at Asal's invitation. We're very pleased to be able to support her work, which you heard about this morning, both in terms of our co-support through NIH of some of her work, but also independently through research grants. And now we've designated her lab an NEA research lab. So well done, Asal and your team. Before I begin showing the PowerPoint, I hope you'll indulge me. I wanted to, I know people got rounds of applause in the beginning, but I really want to, since we're all here gathered in the name of research and policy for music and health, I feel like I just, on behalf of a lot of researchers out there and certainly research funders, I think we have a debt that we're still trying to pay to really Renee Fleming. I have to say, Renee has been an outstanding ally and advocate for this whole field. And I think we all know that many of us who've been toiling in it for many, many years or even decades, what an accelerant it has been to have her vision and thought partnership in all this work. So another round of applause for Renee, if you don't mind. Okay, just indulge me. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to screen share here. That's always a tricky proposition when we do this virtually, but I think we can do this together. Yeah, so my take is a little different in terms of the agenda. It said research agenda would be what I'm talking about, and I suppose I am, but more than that, I want to kind of give you a whirlwind tour, if you will, of resources and opportunities for those of you at this intersection of music and health. And I'm just delighted that we heard not only from scientists, but also from artists. And I love that braiding of those necessary forces for this work. At the NEA, those of you who don't know, we're the lead arts agency of the federal government, support arts activities all around the country and try to promote equitable opportunities for arts participation, arts education. But we also, of course, have a research arm. I could also add we do considerable work through state arts agencies and local arts agencies such as LA County Department for Arts and Culture. So very pleased that to have heard from Kristen. So just to let you know, arts and health are really central to our strategic plan. It's embedded in a strategic goal we have, as well as two objectives, one focusing on arts projects that advance health and well-being of individuals and tend to do so in an intentional manner. But we also have objective 2.2, which is more about, I would say, public health and really looking at system-wide initiatives, whether it's in education or health, where the arts play a decisive role. So this has influenced our own grant making as an agency and our priorities. And certainly our chair, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, is very eloquent about the arts role, and as she's seen it through lived experience as well as research in health and well-being. And in fact, speaking of Dr. Jackson, that's her in the low left-hand quadrant there with Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. You also see Renee, and you see Admiral Levine from HHS, Department of Health and Human Services, and Deborah Smith. All these people, and Mark Joseph all these artists and policymakers and researchers got together back in January, there was a summit called Healing, Bridging, Thriving, which was held not only by the NEA, but also by the White House Office of Domestic Policy, really trying to make good on an executive order that was issued recently, trying to thread the arts throughout the work of other federal agencies and departments. Now, why is this of importance to you all, those of you especially who are researchers or artists? It's because we truly hope to unlock opportunities for more funding and additional resources through the federal family, as it's called. And we're doing this partly through a new mechanism that was announced at this meeting. And the summit, by the way, is available online if you want to go to arts.gov and check it out. But one of those mechanisms is a new interagency working group on arts, health, and civic infrastructure. And we've had a couple of meetings so far. It's led by the Secretary of HHS as well as Chair Jackson at the NEA. And we're trying to do some asset mapping of what the federal agencies have to offer at this intersection of arts and health and, in fact, civic well-being, and trying to understand more, not only about the resources we can make available, but how to work together more efficiently and more equitably with our partners. So stay tuned for further news coming out from that group. But, for many years, as I hinted, the NEA has been invested in research. At least as a director of research, I can say that, this has been a common theme, whether or not it emerged in our programmatic side in terms of grant making for arts projects. Nevertheless, over the years, we'd been studying it in various ways and working with other federal agencies oftentimes, or through our own research or through other partners. And I won't go through all of these right now, but one I did want to raise up for you, because it came out during the pandemic and so may have gotten a little lost in the shuffle, you could say, was an evidence review of the arts and the opioids problem, and really looking at the best evidence we could get, and also to do a program scan of how arts interventions intersect with pain management, substance abuse disorders, prevention and treatment. And in fact, music, maybe no surprise to folks here, really emerged as the winner, if you will. I don't like to pit art forms against each other, but music did pretty well when you look at how the body of evidence around all these kinds of outcome areas, lowering post-op pain, lowering consumption of pain medication, which of course is a big thing to consider when we talk about cost-effective analyses, craving, and also improving readiness and motivation for treatment. But music, of course, I won't go into the creation story or the Sound Health Initiative. You've heard that before probably from us, but just to note that we're still, the beat is going strong, still going. We have the partnership with not only NIH and NEA, but in fact, of course, the Kennedy Center being a central catalyst to all this, with Renee and Dr. Francis Collins there at NIH. If I was more charitable with my 10 minutes now, I would invite more applause for Dr. Collins. I'm sure he'll forgive me. But he's been a tremendous visionary and supporter, as of course is Renee and others. But this event we held back in December led to an article, a commentary I wanted to call out in the journal The Lancet. And it's really, kind of setting forth, what next, asking questions about what next. And I will highlight that one of the things we learned at this summit, which was held last December, and again, you can go on our websites and look it up, is one of the things we learned was how essential it is to have research and practice together. And these partnerships between artists, arts organizations, musicians in this case, or music therapists, and researchers, I think, is the only way really to conduct more effective research that truly speaks to the phenomena we're observing, either as researchers or artists. And this was mentioned by Renee at the top. I'm very grateful for that. The Sound Health Network is one of the NEA's ways of, I guess, putting skin in the game and really supporting this effort, this momentum that's building that you all are here to celebrate around music research and policy. We've started up with our great friends at the University of California, San Francisco, the Sound Health Network, an online really resource center and clearinghouse and convener. Here's some of the services they offer. I want to make sure you all register for it if you haven't already. And here's the current leadership team. I really want to call out all these folks, but especially partly because he's there in attendance and will be moderating later, Indre Viscontis, who's been really, really a great partner for us, as has this whole team, in trying to find ways we can strategically unite a lot of the disparate groups that are interested in this work and want to support it. I will also add that we do other things, and there are other research opportunities we announce from time to time. In fact, we just funded some work, clinical research work around a program called Creative Forces, which is our arts and military healing partnership with the Departments of Defense and Veterans Affairs, where we embed creative arts therapies, including, of course, music, in integrated care environments for military connected personnel and veterans and their families. We also have a community engagement component of this work. So if you're interested to learn more, check it out. But that has also been the source of some funding that we've been able to unlock for research and evaluation. That's very exciting, and we continue to publish from it. Now, I kind of move toward the end and really trying to plug our work here. And you heard me gesture to Asal's great work. There are probably others in this room I'm unaware of who've received in the past research grants from us. But we do, in fact, offer research funding opportunities to study the arts, the value and impact of the arts in any capacity, but also the relationship of the arts to other domains or even aspects of the arts themselves, invoking often very many different disciplines. So research grants in the arts is one program. We also have the NEA Research Labs program. And as I said, really proud that Asal's lab is one of the latest. And these are more like transdisciplinary projects that span multiple years and that truly seek to create a series of, if you will, deliverables and not just one report and then they're done. So we look forward to more great work coming out of that. And I'm not going to have time to go through all these. Happy to send these slides, but just to give you a flavor for what we're currently funding, what's currently in the field. These are research grants, not labs, but these are 3 different projects. If you're able to read them, you can see kind of we cover the waterfront and different types of arts interventions and programs. Particularly, sorry, this is in music. I deliberately pulled out music examples here. We also know that, as you're probably seeing, some of the better research happens to be around music and dementia and Alzheimer's disease, or even motor skills degeneration, Parkinson's disease. So we have some studies in the field that I'm highlighting here. And also music education research. I know you've talked about that, and that's crucial to us as well. So we have music education, and we also have dance. Dance is something the Sound Health Group is very increasingly interested in, and expanding kind of a remit a bit to think more about dance, which is of course multimodal. And so these are some examples of projects that we've supported recently that are still in play. And I mentioned our research lab program, the USC lab right over there. By the way, I had a chance to tour the facility you're in with Asal not too long ago. And again, another reason for me to envy not being there. It's just a great scene. Icahn School of Medicine, Mount Sinai, Joanne Lowy and her work we're doing there at the Louis Armstrong Center for Music and Medicine. Great project. Another lab is for funding Jennifer Bugos at the University of South Florida, looking at fine motor learning through music and also versus no motor learning, and what are some of the differences across the lifespan. So I'm going to end on this slide, and I think I just have a minute, right? So I'll just end here and say that this is a slide I'd created for a presentation that I was at. Actually, Renee was there too, and Dan Leviton. We were at a symposium from Brain Mind, in New York not long ago to celebrate the book Your Brain on Art by Susan Maximin and Ivy Ross. And I kind of came up with these 5 points, which I'm not trying to claim are representative of the entire field, but I do think these 5 points are elements that I think are essential if we want to advance the research of today. And I'm using this the heading is really arts and health, but I'm thinking here of music in particular for now. And I just blogged about this because I didn't get to really present this at that last meeting because time was short, as it probably is now. But I did end up blogging about this. I'm happy to send a link to folks who are interested. But just to touch on them, some of the things we're trying to do at the federal level is, really integrate arts and cultures, you've heard me say, throughout different federal programs and funding opportunities, so we can unlock those larger dollars toward these more sustainable investments in research. And I'm so grateful, again, just for example, the Renee Fleming Foundation for NIH, and starting to ramp up work toward fellowships there. Elevating and circulating promising practices and case studies. And that's important not only from a research standpoint, but so we can really make the case, as it were, and to create data points and stories for folks to take with them and to use and to refer to rather than speaking in the abstract about music and medicine. So I think that's something we can do a better job at, and we're working with our state partners to try to do more effectively. 3 is what I spoke about earlier, research practice partnerships, getting the artists and the researchers to talk more with each other and to bring each other, and also to bring community members into the research planning. And finally, a little bit wonky here, but I think it's important to standardize elements of these programs so we have better ways of more of a shared vocabulary across these different silos within music and health. So this is important also for more rigorous studies, of course. So outcome measures, reporting requirements, program elements, or core elements of programs. It's really important to standardize that stuff. And finally, and I know NIH has been doing some of that, I should add. And finally, the dream is, I think, larger multi-site prospective trials so we can get larger sample sizes and more diverse and representative populations in our studies. This is particularly important as we move into health economics and try to understand some of the benefits on the healthcare system of these interventions and programs. So thank you for hearing me out. I hope I haven't exceeded my time limit.
Wow. Thank you, Sunil. It's nice to have a friend in high places for the arts. And thank you in particular for your support of BCI and the wonderful work Kristen is doing and a team at LA County. So we've heard about the benefits of musical training on children's brains and social development and many other areas. What about the act of simply engaging with music, not necessarily being trained? What's the impact on individuals? What's the impact on community wellness? So our next speakers will focus on these questions and others. They'll introduce themselves. Let's begin with Dr. Jeffrey A. Dusek, professor in residence at UC Irvine's Department of Medicine.
Sure. All right. Hello, my mom calls me Jeffrey. If I'm bad, I'm Jeff. Anyway, thank you, Sunil. It was a great setup. It's all perfectly timed. So I'm going to speak quickly. I do anyway, so the slides are going to be shared for everyone. But the goal of this is to talk about music therapy as delivered in a hospital setting. So I love when I think of hospitals, I think of people being sick, and I think, oh, upstream, when people are healthy. Well, the whole morning was upstream. People are healthy, they're kids. How wonderful. So I'll talk a little bit more about when they're not healthy. I wanted to take one step. I could not create 2 slides I wanted to create because the context is actually really important. So it was really, one thing that came out this past year was a seminal paper from Richard Nahan at the National Institutes of Health about the percentage of individuals who use integrative health and medicine. And they call this including yoga, meditation, massage, chiropractic care, acupuncture, naturopathy, guided imagery, progressive muscle relaxation. And they're really excited because in 2002, 19.2% of Americans used any one of these. In 2022, it was 36.7%. And I thought to myself, hold it, music, everyone's using music. It would have been 100 to 100. So again, this idea about NIH has now included music therapy under that tent. So I think it's really important. That's what we were seeing with Francis Collins, NCCIH with Emily Edwards has really been pushing the idea of music therapy to be included in that tent. And again, one of the things is because it's so ubiquitous. So again, one of the things that music therapy is not just music, it's where it's the clinical and evidence-based use of music interventions by an accomplished music therapist who's gone through training. So again, you can see credentialed MTBC, approved music therapy program, and they are people who are not just using music, but are engaging, whether it's composition, listening, providing music, writing songs, all those things in the hospital setting. So we have this study we call Empire, Effectiveness of Medical Music Therapy Practice, Integrative Research Using the Electronic Health Record. Ooh, the bane of medical people, the electronic health record. It can be a tool though. Now it's not a research tool yet, but it's a clinical tool. But we've used this, and again, of course, this funny slide. We're not the dark side, but it just seemed it seemed to work. Anyway, it's a retrospective record review from 2017 to 2020. And So there's been some evidence going back many years that inpatient, and Sunil mentioned that a minute ago, inpatient music therapy can decrease pain in a couple different studies in palliative care, meta-analysis. So get this nice changes. But what happens when you take it out of the research randomized controlled trial? Just deploy it in the hospital. So does it still work? Because what happens is in a randomized controlled trial, it's wonderful, but it might be 50 people or 100 people. If you're lucky, it's 200 people. But what we want to do with this team, and this is where I used to be at university hospitals until recently, I'm now at University of California, Irvine. This crew of music therapists, including us, Seneca Block, who's on the right, in that character, he leads this band of merry mischief makers in the hospital. 12 MBTBCs, 3 interns, and 3 art therapists across 9 hospitals. What an investment. These are not revenue generating positions. These are positions the hospital presidents are each pitch hitting. So again, we need to think about, and when I was at university hospitals, think about what's that value proposition? How are we showing that the value of having the 100K or whatever it's going to be to have a music therapist in a hospital for outcomes? So again, this list is looking at 12,350 patient encounters over a few years. Oops, I'm not very good at this. There we go. Take-home messages. When we looked at community hospitals, we're going from a 7.1. So looking at a 0 to 10 numeric rating scale. 0 is no pain, 10 is maximal pain. Not this long instrument. It's simple to get it done. The music therapists have a lot to do. If it's too long, they won't do it. So 7.1 when they started, afterwards 5.07, a difference of 2.04 units. For context, opioids reduce pain about 2 units acutely. Just to let you know, they don't work on long-term chronic pain, but don't tell anyone else that, but you all know that. Anyway, stress, 6.92, 3.4, all these nice things we're seeing we're decreasing. Excuse me. We brought this to hematology oncology. So again, this is where we deployed this. We're going, from 5.8. We're going down, we're going down dramatically across pain, anxiety, and fatigue. Again, I don't have to go into the details of this. We've published the heck out of this stuff because we want to make sure our colleagues know this. We know our hospital presidents. So we have all these data going out to the president saying, look, you're paying this money. Here's the benefit. We're looking at future of one of the colleagues, Sam Rogers-Melnick. If you don't know Sam, he's got a mohawk. He's amazing. He's a music therapist by 10 years. I convinced him to get a PhD. He's on the PhD process. He is going to be making tons of changes. He got an F-31 from NIH, which is a training grant to take the electronic health record, extract millions of rows of data with the idea of looking at opioid use, other narcotic use, looking at epileptic use. So again, our anti-anxiety medications. The idea is, can we find in the real world setting of a hospital, which again, real world is not necessarily what a hospital is, but a real world setting, can we find reliable techniques that work? And are there predictive aspects? Older adults, younger adults, males, females, things like that, to see what we can deliver thoughtfully, because one music therapist for a hospital is not very much. Direct that at the right place, the right time, the right dose. So again, Sam doing an amazing job. So music therapy can be integrated in the healthcare system. Physicians refer for it, nurses refer for it. The electronic health record data can be coalesced. We had, Sam, this is a whole talk into itself. Sam managed that, where we did training with the providers, with the music therapist, to document in a consistent way. We want to bring this out to Sunil. Let's set this up very nicely. We're working on multi-site research. I direct a 26, going to be 30-center, multi-site, multi-international patient-reported outcomes group. And our goal is to use the same medical record data collection tool across multiple groups to start aggregating this data to show that we're making some headway. So single music therapy sessions are effective for symptom management. Single therapies are good for sickle cell patients, and quality improvement is able to get these patient-reported outcomes collected. This is funded by the Koulos Foundation and 2 amazing collaborators, Seneca and Sam, from whom this work could not be done. Quickly pivoting, I'm going to use less of my time to talk about a U24 that's funded by the NCCIH and OBSSR of the NIH. It's Ensemble. Sam's a great guide. So effective network to advance scientific evidence related to mechanisms of music-based interventions for pain and supported collaborative efforts. Ensemble, which of course is very cool. Yeah, he's a musical genius. Anyway, this is a collaborative effort. And I presented this last December, but the idea, oops, I'm sneaking through this. I'll just go to the top, but again, promote inclusive activities with music therapists, mechanistic researchers, clinical trialists, to get connections, because what NIH found is there's not enough information where people are in their own silos. We're bringing the silos together. So Neil mentioned a taxonomy. We've got part of that is part of our taxonomy. There are 4 of these networks that are funded across NIH and NIA. So NIH or NCCIH and NIA. So it's quite amazing. The second goal is to, gosh darn it, develop a comprehensive framework for conducting mechanistic studies. So again, how do we do this consistently? So there's a taxonomy group, there's mechanisms. So we're gonna actually work together. Actually, there's a meta group of these 4 groups working together to say, let's make sure we're not reinventing the wheel. So the network I'm leading or co-leading, can we look at this and make sure we're talking together? This under outputs, this GitHub, that's where we want to collect data and other electronic health record data, de-identified, safe. We're all patients. We want to be careful, but we want to actually use this information to impact in a larger scale. And then best practices, of course. And finally, there's gonna be a pilot process that's gonna be happening sometime this year, probably October, November. We're gonna fund pilot projects, small things that will be NIH funded and go through a process, but again, to figure out mechanistically what's happening for pain relief or for Dr. Jillian Johnson's group, Alzheimer's dementia. So again, pilot projects. So there are 4 of us that are co-leading this, myself, Shaista Malik, my boss, Manoj Vasan, who's an omics expert. So again, this idea, I've studied meditation for years. We wrote a paper a number of years ago looking at long-term meditators, short-term meditators. We found like 1,800 genes were differentially expressed in long-term meditators and short-term meditators. So we're gonna use that same technology to look at this now with really improved techniques over 20 years to look to see what happens in music therapy. So I showed you that 2-unit difference where we have one study that we're looking at what genes are changing acutely that might be associated with those pain relief to give us signals of what might be ways to look at this. Joanne Lowy that Sunil mentioned is also our music therapy expert. And then of course, the cast and crew, which is very amazing. Again, Sam, Seneca, Camille, Georgia, a bunch of individuals who are amazing. And finally, Ensemble, if you look at Susan Samueli Institute, Ensemble, that's a network. You can join this. We'd love to have more collaborators. We want to talk. It's all about being with you and learning things. So as a researcher, we want to talk. So thank you so much for your attention.
Sasha, yeah. You can use the podium mic or you can
All right. Hi, I'm Sasha. Sorry, this is the problem with being short sometimes and giving a talk. So I'm going to stand here so I can make sure I keep my time good. And I'll be talking to you about the social and epistemic importance of art engagement. So really thinking broadly, not just about music, but thinking about how the arts shape our knowledge, our imagination, and meaning. And I am over at Occidental College, which is kind of on the east side in Eagle Rock. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the work that I do. So my main research area is to understand people's perceptual, cognitive, and emotional responses to the arts. And I have a secondary area as well, looking at multisensory perception and particularly how auditory and visual information sort of interact. And the research that I'm not going to kind of walk you through any specific data today, but telling you a little bit about some of the work that I've done. So how do individual differences in cognitive capacities shape our preferences? How does perspective taking and empathy in the museum affect individuals' experiences? The role that the arts play in scientific practice. And then really my focus for today will be on the social and epistemic value of art engagement and how art appreciation and art making generate meaning in our lives. And what I really want to walk you through is some of the ideas that I'm thinking about right now in a book project that I'm working on, which I think the narrative of that project will really resonate with what is happening in today's talk about today's session titled Why the Arts Matter. So, and also preface, I overdid it with some of my slides in preparation, so I'll be skipping over a few as we go. So kind of an overview, a big sort of central problem that we see is that society and often education systems kind of treat the arts as expendable. And of course, we all here, this is the right audience, we all disagree with this. We see the arts as very fundamental to our lives. And so part of the program that I'm aiming to build is to think about how to provide both psychological and philosophical evidence to demonstrate how and why the arts are fundamental to living a good and flourishing life. And this is an interdisciplinary project that I'm working on with my collaborator, Claire Morrissey, who's a philosopher. And what we aim to do is kind of bring together all of these fields that are working on these issues to think about this, this foundational set of ideas. So let me start with sort of some definitions of what I mean when I'm saying art and the arts. So I tend to think of the arts broadly and inclusively. So visual art, music, literature, film are all things that I'll be talking about. And the sort of main way that I think of the arts is in a functional way, rather than kind of having any set of intrinsic essential properties. So this functional approach is to look at the role that the arts play in our lives and in our social world. So some people think of that role as psychological, some people will think of that as social or communicative, and that's sort of why we care about what art is doing rather than what intrinsic kind of features it has. And then what do we mean when we think of flourishing and living well? So this is really important to kind of think through is there's the conceptions of welfare and well-being are not only diverse, but not necessarily easily translated across disciplinary boundaries, which have kind of their own taxonomies and assumptions. And so the conception that we take is not one of just, it's very important to have that positive mental state, that fuzzy feeling, an affective sort of state, but that's not the central kind of way that I'm thinking about the role of the arts, rather taking the conception of eudaimonia, of flourishing as thriving, as living well as the kind of thing that you are. And so to kind of think that through, we're building our argument about the central things that are crucial to living a good life in a human life. So that's sociality. So that refers to our connections to one another, to our families, our friends, our broader communities. Cognition is referring to our thinking, our feeling, the life of the mind. And then embodiment, so having bodies that can fare better or worse, can be harmed and sick. So in this kind of way, we can think about how the arts can make us sort of epistemically better off. And so here are the sort of ways that I've sort of thought through how it is that the arts make us epistemically better off. So one, by deepening and enriching our understanding and our knowledge of ourselves, of the world, of others, also of making us better knowers and thinkers. So cognitive, perceptual, and emotion-related skills kind of get built both through the arts training, which I'll go, and through arts appreciation, and I'll go through that in a moment as well. Also in connecting us to others in our community in important ways. So things like outcomes like social cohesion, belonging, compassion, and prosociality, and also in promoting our physical and mental health, both this kind of physiological way and also our well-being in the sense of living a psychologically richer life. Okay, here's where I'm going to skip over a few examples because I think there's already a lot of examples that we kind of went through. And I think we all have a really kind of clear sense in this audience of the very fundamental ways in which both arts creation and arts appreciation have changed our own lives individually. So building on some of the work that I was just suggesting, there's kind of a lot of theoretical reason to suggest that the arts make us epistemically better off. But what about the empirical evidence? And so this is a project that I'm also working on in my lab with my students. And it seems like there's mounting evidence. I won't go through that in a lot of detail, but there's a lot of mounting evidence that both through art making and art appreciation fosters perceptual, cognitive, and social skills. A lot of that evidence is still correlational and cross-sectional, but there's some work in my lab looking at kind of comparing both art creation and appreciation, particularly the visual arts, and trying to demonstrate that arts training both in drawing skills and also in just appreciation in terms of being like an expert appreciator, like an art historian, for example, can improve skills like attentional flexibility, perceptual discrimination, mental rotation, emotion recognition, and creativity. And that's across both of these kind of domains. And there's also evidence situated in the medical humanities literature suggesting that the visual arts appreciation workshops and interventions can improve observational skills and tolerance for ambiguity, and also that these skills actually transfer to patient care. So not just that there are these kind of near close transfers, but that they transfer into our broader skills. And of course, there's also evidence across multiple art forms that I'm picturing here. So music training that was discussed earlier is related to all kinds of skills, visual spatial memory to auditory perception, socio-emotional skill development, maybe also to even maybe to things like math, right? There's also mounting evidence that shows that art engagement, again, both through appreciation and creation, fosters social cohesion. So this is work showing that arts engagement across domains can reduce things like prejudice, increase compassion between groups by promoting intergroup contact. And something that, so I'm going to zoom through these next few, but something that I'm also really interested in is creating spaces in museums and art institutions for people to systematically cultivate these skills. So think about how it is that we can create more meaningful kind of encounters for individuals. And I have a new study that I'm working on right now, looking at how we can engage in more meaningful ways by promoting things like slower and more mindful looking. So spending more extended periods of time with art may be especially important for building these kinds of skills that we've just talked through. To be clear, this is work that is ongoing in lots of different institutions as well. So there's, even a International Slow Art Day suggesting that like spending time in meaningful ways rather than spending just 30 seconds in front of a piece will change you in more transformative ways. And I think I'm getting myself out of time, but I'm going to tell you one more thing. And this is a study that I have, a former study that I have with a colleague of mine at UCLA, Nancy Myflow, where we explored how to build empathy in the museum using a perspective taking kind of intervention. I'm not going to go into details of the study, but the general sort of takeaway here is that transformative learning experiences in the museum require perspective taking, but also maybe more importantly, perspective getting and remaining curious, forestalling conclusions, being open-minded, again, skills that are cultivated as a result of deepened engagement. Skip through that. And just tell you, kind of concluding all of this, that there's so much opportunity for high impact collaborations kind of between scientists and art institutions across the various arts. And there's a lot of theory to suggest that arts engagement, both through creation and appreciation, makes us epistemically better off. The empirical evidence is kind of just mounting up now. And even the sort of details, the mechanisms by which arts engagement might contribute to the cultivation of these kinds of skills is still open. And so it's really exciting to kind of be in this group and be inspired and to start building up these programs further. And these are just some of my collaborators. If you are interested in chatting with me more, I'd be thrilled to, and also to think through different ideas. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm a professor of psychiatry at UCLA and integrative medicine practitioner. And I'm a researcher of expressive arts and yoga and Tai Chi and all the good things that bring wellness and the sense of flourishing in our lives. This is my disclosure slide. So I'm mostly a geriatric researcher, This is a hard problem. We're all aging and we're chronically stressed. I don't need to say more. I'm sure you're all aware of it. And we just bypassed this this point of crossover where the number of older adults is growing and the number of children under 5 in the society is dropping. And that means in 20 to 30 years, we're going to run out of caregivers. So we have to prepare. And that's where I spend a lot of my time building new interventions that build brain reserve and resilience in aging adults. And basically aging starts at conception. So you can't really escape it or divide it. So this is the curve of mass reaction to mass disasters of any sort. In fact, it's a CDC developed curve that refers to studied mostly in climate-based disasters, but it really refers to pandemic. And we're still in recovery mode from the pandemic. Pre-disaster, we're kind of in a straight line, not very stressed. But then it spikes when people are dying around us and we're mobilizing our resources. This is also a heroic stage when we're able to pull together, and that's where you see this in 2020, somewhere between March and June. It was this heroic stage where people mobilized together. That's where you see in Italy, people are singing of their balconies, neighbors coming together in some fashion and applauding to frontliners. But then the stress of the pandemic and everything that ensued with restrictions becomes this chronic stress, and we're still in the recovery mode, which expresses in the levels of anxiety, stress, and depression in the general population, which is about 3 to 4 times higher than pre-pandemic, for instance. So with that, in the aging population, we deal with risk factors for Alzheimer's disease, cognitive decline, and that has to do with stress as well, where cardiovascular, cerebrovascular changes in the brain and body, neurodegenerative changes in the brain, and chronic inflammation are the 3 threats that are underlying aging-related changes in the body and the brain, create a vulnerable brain, and under stress, it succumbs. It becomes more vulnerable to depression and cognitive decline. However, we could build, I don't know if you could see it well, resilience factors that are social support, participation, engagement in arts, including physical and cognitive engagement that build brain reserve. And all of it is regulated by stress response. It is involving the entire system, central nervous system like brain, autonomic nervous system, where we modulate our blood pressure and metabolic responses, neuroendocrine, hormonal responses, and immune inflammatory responses. So that's multiple systems that are involved. And by doing these interventions, like I do mind-body interventions or art, music-related interventions, you could modify that stress response, stress disease, and reverse some of the harm and damage because they modulate that stress response. So if you put mind-body interventions in the middle of this disaster thing, you know, that we're all faced with, all these risk factors, exposure to stress and trauma, mental illness, physical illness, aging, that are informed by our predisposition, family history, and genetic factors, and lifestyle choices like how we sleep, what diet we eat, how we move, how do we spend our time, are we stressed at work, or other factors, can be modified and, you know, reduced. These risk factors can be reduced by introducing this meditation, music, Tai Chi, mindfulness training, yoga. And that's where I spend a lot of my time testing what happens in the body and the brain and in human life when we just plug it in and modify biological factors like neural, hormonal, immune, cellular, and senescence, which is aging, biological aging, that typically leads to more resilient outcomes on multiple levels, biological, mental and physical and otherwise, and the quality of life of people really improves. So, you know, music, the healing properties of music have been noted by the famous Greeks, Hippocrates and Plato, but brain really participates really on multiple levels. Multiple parts of the brain participate in the music sound response or processing of music and sound. The temporal lobe, which is right here, participates in processing tone and pitch. Cerebellum helps process and regulate rhythm, timing, and physical movement. The amygdala and hippocampus play a role in emotion processing and memories, regulation of memories, and various parts of brain reward when you experience pleasure from listening to the music or participating in the music. So way back, we published this article looking at neural mechanisms of mindfulness meditation or yoga-based practices. And the yoga I study is Kundalini yoga that has music, a big musical component like chanting meditations. So here, parts of the brain, posterior cingulate, anterior cingulate prefrontal cortex that are important in cognitive processing and executive control and attention, mood regulation and memory. Insula is very important in sensory awareness of our awareness of ourselves, how our mind-body connection works. Striatum participates in reward, learning, and motivation, and amygdala in emotional processing of fear, anxiety, and stress, negative emotions. And so what we found was that mindfulness-based exercises. So this was the first realization from my first study that I will show you of chanting meditation, but also from this study, is that the more you do, the more brain structures are involved. And you could derive by training brain centers that are involved in music processing and other activities, you could use the benefit of it to heal and treat disorders of judgment and discernment, memory problems, language, and that could be used for treating substance abuse, neurological illness, dementia, cognitive decline, caregiver stress. And this is the first study we did 15 years ago of yogic meditation, Kirtan Kriya, which is chanting meditation. That was designed to compare psychological, cognitive, neurobiological effects. And it was very brief, 12-minute chanting a day for 8 minutes. And the best thing was that caregivers loved it. It was very natural. They liked the chant. We gave them CDs that guided them through that with beautiful chimes. And the control group was asked to listen to the music. So so the participation in the music versus passive listening to the music. And we recruited them. The big revelation was I can take 20 minutes because caregivers are very stressed and very busy. But we measured a lot of things like distress, depressive symptoms, anxiety, burden, cytokines, which is inflammatory factors in the blood, cortisol, hormone of stress, catecholamine, stress-related cognition, brain like fMRI and PET scans. Telomerase is a biomarker of aging. This was the first in human study that documented the effect of this chanting meditation on aging substance like molecular mechanisms of aging and gene expression. So this is a Satanama, Satanama. Completely innocent people who never chant were asked to learn to do that and tap at the same time, which is mudra. It's like acupressure. It opens meridians. And at the same time, visualize light, white or golden light coming through the top of their head, going through the middle, and coming at the brow point. So that's like L shape. It's a lot of multitasking. And over the course of 8 weeks, we found reduction in depression in meditation compared to people who were listening to music. But I have to tell you that this top 2 graphs showing a reduction in depression and improvement in resilience were in parallel. So just listening to the music was also very helpful. But when it came to cognition or telomerase, this is mini mental state examination score and telomerase levels, the groups diverged. So on biological and brain level, participating in the music had a more powerful effect than just listening to the music. And this was change in gene expression. 64 genes changed, and the downregulated genes that were inflammatory, but upregulated genes that had antiviral activity. So it was protective. So this would have been very helpful during pandemic when viruses around us. So by doing this 11 minutes a day, profound medical shifts occurred. And the red spots in the brain refer to self-referential centers where meditators compared to non-meditators were more able to establish this awareness, greater awareness of mind-body connection. They were more aware of how their body moved, they were breathing, and they were regulating better. As I said, it was a multiple things were done at the same time. So we trained frontal lobes that are involved in multitasking. This is like happening a lot of things at the same time. They have to control it. And it trained inferior frontal area that is involved in regulation of executive functions, which is multitasking, our ability to multitask. That is important for caregivers who are great multitaskers. So just to show you our recent study that we completed in postmenopausal women with subjective cognitive decline, 50 plus, and cardiovascular risk factors. So this is Kundalini Yoga with Kirtan Kriya compared to memory training. And I just want to show you the effects on the brain. All the memory training in those blue spots declined over time, and the women who participated in Kirtan Kriya training actually increased their brain levels, so didn't decline. And that shows particular use for prevention of cognitive decline and brain health, enhancing brain health. They also increased connectivity in the brain, where yoga and memory training were different in the kind of connectivity, but they all improved connectivity in different parts of hippocampus. And so thank you so much for your attention.
You can just put in my break music.
Yeah, I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about my work on music appreciation and cochlear implants. I'm Ray Golder, the director of the Bionic Ear Lab at the USC Keck School of Medicine. And I want to start off by extrapolating a little bit, expanding a little bit, and not just talking about cochlear implants, but medical bionics in general, because I feel we're living in a revolution where we're seeing this combination of biology and electronics, which are treating a lot of diseases and disabilities. Other examples are bionic legs that are allowing people to walk, run, and dance again. Bionic arms that are restoring a phenomenal degree of mobility to people. There's bionic eyes, there's not many, about 100, 200 in America, where people who are completely blind can see again with some degree of resolution. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but it's truly miraculous. Deep brain stimulation is treating many disabilities and diseases, and spinal cord stimulation is alleviating pain for many people. But the medical bionic that I study is cochlear implants, allowing the deaf to hear again. And cochlear implants are truly miraculous. I can attest to. I just want to say that I have a cochlear implant. If I take it off, I'm completely deaf. I can't hear anything. But I put it on and I can hear a lot. I understand speech very well. I appreciate music. I love music. I can get into the nuances of that. But just in general, I want to give you a quick overview of how this works. So normally, if you have normal hearing, then sound goes into the ear, vibrates the eardrum, vibrates the three little bones that connects to the cochlea. Inside the cochlea here, there is a fluid-filled organ, and the sound wave comes in, pushes the fluid back and forth, and there's little receptor cells in there that they move in those vibrations, and that allows ions to come in to those hair cells and eventually exciting the auditory nerve, and that's the beginning of all the magic. Now, when I was a child, I lost my hearing completely because of the receptor cells died. And if they die in mammals, they stay dead. If they die in reptiles and birds, they regenerate. So a lot of people are trying to figure that one out. But until we figure that out, we were using a cochlear implant. So how does a cochlear implant work? I wear a microphone above my ear. It picks up the sound right there. And then it's taken to a computer chip that's also behind the ear. And it's that sound information is turned into an electrical stimulation pattern. The information is sent across wirelessly to this electrode array. The electrode array is right next to the auditory nerve. And so by directly electrically stimulating the auditory nerve, 1 million people around the world can hear again, including myself. So it's truly a modern medical miracle. So that's what my lab study. We study music appreciation after cochlear implantation, and we develop sound processing to try to make them work better. On the music appreciation side, I want to say that we're really interested in music appreciation, how much you like music. So the psychology of that is very important. You can have profound hearing loss and still love music. Well, on the other side, you could have otherwise normal hearing and not really like music so much. So the psychology of the problem is very important. But so is the technology, the signal processing that goes on. How do you turn sound into an electrical stimulation pattern is a challenging problem. It's not one that scientists have solved yet. We have the current state of the art, which works really well, but my lab tries to make it work better. And so with that, I want to make the point that pitch resolution is essential, and I want to use a visual analogy to get that point across. And so I'm trying to get at why is listening to music in many ways more challenging than listening to speech for people who use a cochlear implant. So here's an image, and so the analogy here is that I'm blurring the image just like a cochlear implant might blur pitch a little bit. And even with this blurred image, you can kind of make out that it's a person. If you get a little bit more resolution, you might recognize it. This is sort of the auditory equivalent of, or the visual equivalent of the auditory, hey, how you doing? Speech in quiet. There's a lot of redundancy when you talk to me in a quiet situation, so I can understand it. Like many people in the audience probably already recognize that as Abraham Lincoln. It's a very common image, so you can recognize it quickly. But without the resolution, you won't see all the nuances and characters of this man's face. And so the auditory equivalent of that would be sometimes people with cochlear implants, we miss out on the emotion that you're trying to convey because of the pitch is not as well encoded. But more to the point, if you go to look at a work of art, and so here's the visual equivalent of listening to music, there's a lot more going on here. And so even if you can identify what this painting is, and it is a painting, it's a painting by Salvador Dali, even if you can recognize it, you can't see all the important features that you want. You really need the resolution, and as the analogy goes, the pitch resolution to tease out things. So this is an example of why you need a lot of resolution to get out the meaning. And so in music, pitch is the dimension we're interested in. So how good is pitch resolution in cochlear implant users? So basically, so we do a lot of different studies in my lab, but one of the things that almost everybody has to go through is a basic test of pitch resolution, how well you can hear one note being higher than another note, for example. And so on this figure, I'm plotting just noticeable differences. So the smallest difference that somebody can hear, so better is smaller down here. So if you're a musician, you want to be able to hear like 1/16 of a semitone or 1/64 of a semitone. So here's one semitone or a half step, the smallest unit typically used in music. This is what normal hearing listeners are able to do on average, so about 1%, but better than a semitone. And that really gives you a lot of access to music. This is cochlear implant users measured in my lab. And the thing that I want you to take away from this is that they're all over the place. And so there are cochlear implant users who are encroaching on that normal hearing range, and they're getting a lot out of music based on that. But there's also some that require half half an octave or even an octave to be able to hear a pitch difference. So it's truly that if you meet one cochlear implant user, well, you've only met one cochlear implant user. They're all quite different. And so I'm going to kind of finish with a question, which is, how do we improve pitch resolution for cochlear implant users? And the short answers are, well, better rehabilitation. One sad part about getting a cochlear implant is sometimes clinicians will say, well, you're not going to enjoy music. Wrong message, because you really can love music again with a cochlear implant. And we need to say, like, yes, you can use music listening exercises to build up your hearing muscles. And also better technology. We can have improved precision. The auditory nerve is comprised of 30,000 auditory neurons. We want to be able to stimulate those with precision, both in terms of place of stimulation, but also in terms of the timing of stimulation. And so with that, I'm going to give a shout out to the Hearing and Communication Neuroscience program at USC. And I also want to thank my funding, which is from NIH, NIDCD, and Renee Fleming for supporting the Sound Health Network, which supports my music appreciation work. And I want to thank Asal for organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Just enlightening to hear about all of those innovations and a much happier future. So we're going to take a little break and then welcome a leading scholar out of UC San Francisco who focuses on how structural racism, among other challenges, may inhibit access to cultural engagement. See you in 10 minutes for that.
Okay, if everybody could please take your seats, we're going to continue the afternoon. I think she's going to say a few more words about you.
All right, here we are. And this is a really interesting, a new perspective for us on this very rich day of information and inspiration. What are the health implications of a paucity of cultural engagement in some communities? We'll hear more about that and about other things from the work of Dr. Tanisha Hill-Jarrett, neuropsychologist, Afrofuturist, assistant professor at the UC San Francisco Memory and Aging Center. And her research focuses on how structural racism, as well as psychosocial stressors, impact cognitive aging and a risk for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, particularly in Black women. Let's welcome Dr. Tanisha Hill-Jarrett.
Okay, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and thank you to Saul for the invitation as well as the planning committee. And so what I want to talk about today is some of the work that I've been doing at UCSF in the San Francisco Bay Area with Black women, using Afrofuturism and creative aging as a tool for healing as well as brain health. And so I'll be sharing a bit of that work, and I'm fortunate to have my collaborator, Austin James, here, who's the photographer on the project. And so he'll be sharing some of this as well. And so to start off, I'm a neuropsychologist, and as was mentioned in the introduction, I'm very interested in the impact of psychosocial stressors at the individual level, but also the structural level. So things like structural racism and structural sexism, and how that may be risk factor for Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And what we know is that there's actually disparities across both race and gender. And what we see is that when you look at race, Black Americans actually have 2 times higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease and vascular dementias. I think it was mentioned earlier in one of the presentations on cognitive aging. And when we look at gender, we also see that women actually have a higher risk of developing dementia as well. And it's actually only been recently that we're looking across both race and gender. And so the graph here is showing some statistics in relation to prevalence. And what we see is actually that Black women, so this is data on people 65 and older who are Medicare recipients, we see that Black women actually have disproportionately higher prevalence rates, particularly compared to their representation within the United States. They only make up about 7% of the US population. And the thought is that this risk may be linked to weathering. So we know that Black women exist at the intersections of marginalized race as well as gender. And so the psychosocial stressors associated with that may be contributing to accelerated decline in health. And so what studies have shown is at the biological level, we're actually seeing accelerated aging. And so I'm very much interested in designing interventions that counter these adverse social experiences at the intersections of race and gender. And why is this important? So initially, the thought was that these findings in the disparities were primarily related to genetics or biology, and we know that our genetics interact with the environment, and so that's where the social determinants of brain health come into play. And so these are non-biological factors that influence health outcomes. And I think this is particularly important for aging because oftentimes people are aging in place. And so when we think about our environments that we grow in, that we work in, that we age in, these things shown here in this figure are really critical for shaping health over a person's life course. And what we see is that access to these things is differentially allocated on the basis of people's race, on the basis of their gender, on the basis of their socioeconomic status. And this in turn can contribute to disparities in health. And so what my work is really focused on is addressing these as a key to reducing health disparities, and particularly brain health disparities. And so some of you may be familiar with the stream analogy, so the upstream versus downstream determinants of health. There's also this tree analogy,
with the social determinants being the trunk. But if you go under the surface, you actually see that the root cause of these things, the things that shape the social determinants, are things like racism, classism, as well as the phobias. And so really getting to the root cause of health disparities is addressing things like racism, sexism, et cetera. And so what is healing justice and why is it important? For populations that are marginalized, that are experiencing trauma and oppression, it's really the opportunity for us to transform the impact of trauma on our bodies as well as our minds. And so this concept has existed informally for years, but I think it's becoming more popular now, and particularly pushed by Kara Page and the Kindred Healing Justice Collective. But really it's allowing people in these communities to reimagine what healing looks like in relation to land and access to land and ownership of land, body, so both mental health as well as physical health, engagement with labor for capital, as well as spirit. So ways of knowing and kind of creating new knowledge based on indigenous processes. And so for me, I think this is particularly important for Black women because it allows us to think about our relations to our body and reimagine ways of healing that are intuitive to us. And so that's kind of where Afrofuturism comes into play. It's artistic genre. I'm sure many of you have seen Black Panther, so it's an artistic form, but it's also an epistemology, or a way of knowing and a way of creating new knowledge. And it places Black people as the central storytellers of the past, present, as well as the future. And I think that this is really critical because it gives Black people agency over their futures. And this is also really important because we know that Black people are oftentimes unjustly cut from their futures via health disparities, as well as things like state-sanctioned violence, police-related violence. And so Afrofuturism asks questions about who makes it to the future, who's the opportunity to design the future, and what does health in the future look like? And so that's really what Afrofuturism is about. And so here are the core tenets. Some of it I've already touched upon, but I also think it's important with some of the community engagement work that I'm doing, because it shifts us away from this deficit as narrative kind of trope that we have about Black people, particularly when speaking about Black health. And it uses a strengths-based approach, things that are kind of intuitive to Black ways of being and engaging with the community. And particularly in the work that I'm doing from a research standpoint, what we've seen is that historically there's been challenges with recruiting Black Americans into clinical research trials, et cetera. And so using Afrofuturism not only as a way to heal the community, but also to inform them about the importance of brain health and to enroll them in research studies is something that I'm very much interested in. We also know that there's benefits from some of the presentations today of the arts in terms of cognitive neuroscience. And so using your imagination via Afrofuturism, I think has a number of different implications, one of those being neuroplasticity. And so I think that this is critical because we know in neurodegenerative diseases, we see that people are losing neurons over time. And with neuroplasticity, there's the opportunity to create new connections, functional as well as structural connections. And this may actually buffer against those adverse experiences that people are experiencing in the communities of oppression, right? And oftentimes neuroplasticity is discussed in terms of external drivers, but I think that there's also, and this still needs to be proved, but I feel like this is kind of where the field is going. What about internal drivers of neuroplasticity? So we know that, for instance, if you imagine yourself playing an instrument, you're able to activate those same brain regions as if you were playing that instrument. So what does it mean for people to quite literally imagine themselves in the future, imagine themselves being well and whole, et cetera? And so I think that there's a lot to look at and to study in relation to this, but I do think that there's an important intersection between Afrofuturism and the imagination. And so with that background in mind, I developed this community engagement program called Radical Imagination. And so I received funding through the American Psychological Association, and the purpose of it was to do more of an engagement grant. So it wasn't a formal research study. And so stay tuned for that. So hopefully I'll be able to do that with the second iteration of this. And I did it as part of Creative Minds, which is the arts-based collective at UCSF. And
there's a number of us doing similar interventions, not necessarily Afrofuturism related, but some people are using photography, dance, in marginalized communities in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I partnered with the Dr. Davis Center. And so they're in Bayview, Hunters Point, which is a historically Black neighborhood in San Francisco. And so this was here, the flyer, and we did this last spring. And so what I did, it was a 10-week program, and I worked with 43 Black women between the ages of 55, and I think the oldest person was 80, 85. So it was a quite a good group of people, and it was over the course of 10 weeks. And essentially what we did was learn about Afrofuturism, how it relates to their lived experiences as Black women. But we also did art-based activities that was related to whatever the theme was for that week. Part of that also included brain health education. So this group was very interested in learning about ways to prevent the onset of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And so that was also a component of it. And so here in the leftmost figure, we did an activity basically honoring ancestors or Black women that were relevant to us in our development as Black women. And so that was that activity. We also did some collage work using the concept of Sankofa. So Sankofa is a Ghanaian term, and it means to go back and fetch. And so basically looking back to the past to, one, understand where we're going in the future and taking those lessons with us moving forward. And so some of the art-based activities were individual focused, but then we also did some group-based like future projection mapping. And here's one example of that. And so basically each group got their own prompt, and then they were kind of randomly assigned to a different time frame. So what does a society full of safety for Black women look like 1,000 years from now? And so the women were asked to kind of design their own worlds, and then they really got into it, and they ended up like creating these really interesting worlds with their own sort of governments and rules. And they ended up presenting it to us as a group. And so that was really nice. The other piece of this is that I created a workbook to go along with this. And so these are just some examples of the worksheets that we had them do. So on the left is talking about the strong Black woman schema and how self-silencing actually is harmful for health. And so in some of the activities, they were given different prompts. On the right, it talks about the importance as rest and the relationship actually between rest and brain health, and why it's particularly critical for Black women who oftentimes overextend themselves. And so in relation to that, one of the things that we did was we took a trip to the Institute of Contemporary Arts in San Francisco, and coincidentally, they were having an exhibition called Rest Our Eyes. And I don't know if you are familiar with Tricia Hershey's work. So the NAP ministry, so using rest as a form of reparations. So we had some really good conversations about the importance of rest and its critical, how critical it is for Black women. Okay. And so all of this, so over 10 weeks, all this kind of culminated in a final photo shoot, which was really exciting. And I'm glad to have Austin here to talk about this. And so the photo shoot, we titled it The Other Side of Time. And actually the purpose of it is to explore temporal oppression and time inequities that Black women experience. So the exploration is a visual exploration, but I also did interviews with them. I won't talk necessarily about the interview piece, but we'll have Austin talk about the visual side of things. And the reason that this is important is because we know that Black Americans are disconnected from all temporal domains, so of the past, present, and future. And so the other side of time is asking Black women what it would mean to literally exist on the other side, where these time inequities are no longer a thing. So I will pass it over to Austin.
I'll try to be quick in the interest of time. So photography, as we know, is a powerful tool for storytelling and social change. And with this project, we wanted to use it to reimagine narratives around relationships to healing, history, and time. Our approach to planning and designing the portrait shoot focused on co-creation, so emphasizing accessibility, agency, and artistic input throughout the process. We provided thematic inspiration, sets, accessories, elegant headpieces, co-curated playlists with the participants, and ultimately with the goal of lending our creative expertise while encouraging participants to take an active role in the creation of these portraits. We created portraits investigating a series of themes, and I'm going to discuss a few of them here. So one of the themes we looked at was healing through nature and reimagining our relationship through nature and promoting environmental justice. As I'm sure a lot of you know, brain health research suggests that spending time in nature can have a lot of positive effects on brain health, helping to alleviate anxiety and depression, lowering cortisol levels, and helping to improve intention. And these photos feature natural light and balanced compositions that you can often find in nature just because of the natural aesthetic within nature. And it really with the goal of depicting nature as an intuitive approach to healing that transcends culture and should be available to everyone. With regards to history, we looked at the lore around Drexcia. Drexcia refers to a mythological story about an advanced underwater civilization in the Atlantic Ocean that was created by and populated by slaves that were thrown overboard of slave ships from the 1500s through the 1800s during the Atlantic slave trade. Researchers estimate that there were 1.8 million Africans who lost their lives in the Atlantic Ocean during that traumatic time. And the story of Drexcia was an attempt to re-engage with that narrative and come up with like a more acknowledging the past and that this happened, but also at the same time coming up with like a more positive, uplifting narrative about the lives lost. So these photos, as you can see here, feature like Afro-futuristic aquatic themes, tightly framing, intricately designed nautical headpieces, and this like iridescent fabric. Our cultural legacies inform and shape who we are, and these photos speak to the possibility of acknowledging our past, memorializing victims of trauma, and asserting our agency to uplift our narratives in the future. And the last one was a little bit more abstract, but it was looking at capturing agency over wellness and time. So the narrative for the elderly population oftentimes centers around limitations and decline. So we use stroboscopic photography to create a counter narrative that captured blended movements and emotions that aren't normally visible in traditional photographs. Stroboscopic photography utilizes flashes in rapid succession with an open shutter to create multiple exposures on a single image. So it shows a series of moments in succession, giving a more potent and robust depiction of movement and emotion. Capturing images in ways that they can't see by the human eye showcases participants in ways that countered conventional narratives around elderly populations. And so by creating these imaginative portraits, we hope to encourage participants to see themselves in unique ways and to promote imagery that dignifies, liberates, and repairs narratives of themselves and the Black community at large.
Yes, it was a good time doing that and very talented. So all of that actually was showcased in an exhibition last summer. And so these are some of the participants with some of their photos, some of the art. We don't have it in this photo here, but some of the art that they created was also showcased. And this was a part of a larger community kind of cultural exhibition with the Creative Minds Collective. So here was the piece that I was referencing with the interviews. So if you're interested in hearing about their visions for the future, you can scan the QR code or you can look online. I have it on my website and you can listen to them directly and see more of Austin's photography. Okay, and so while this wasn't a formal research study, I did do exit interviews with them. And I thought it was interesting in particular to have conversations and to just ask them about their hopefulness about the future. And a majority of the participants said that they felt like the future should center Black women and their needs, and that there would be no future without them. The other really interesting thing to me was the fact that they mentioned community, and it needs to be driven. The future should be driven by community needs as well. And 94% were interested in doing similar things. And so we'll be doing round 2 of this actually here in a couple of months. I think the other thing, that quote at the bottom, is really critical because it shows how we destigmatized what aging looks like, even for these participants. And so I think there were a number of different things that they got from participating in this. And so being that I'm at a music conference, it got me thinking about what's the intersections of Afrofuturism and music. And so some of you may be familiar with Sun Ra, but he is kind of one of the earliest people known for Afrofuturism in music, and has informed Parliament Funkadelic, who I actually got to see this weekend in Napa, and it was very good, very, very excellent. And so one thing that I'm thinking about is how to incorporate sound and sound healing into some of the work that we're doing. And what does a sonic imaginary of the future look like? And how can we co-create that with the participants and elders in the community? So yes, so here's the flyer for the next round. It'll be happening here in July. And so stay tuned for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill Jarrett, and thank you, Austin, for those spectacular and very inspiring photos. We're going to turn again to the practitioners, the people with a hands-on perspective on arts and wellness. And our panel will be moderated by Indre Viscontis, a singer, opera director, and cognitive neuroscientist, an assistant professor of psychology at the University of San Francisco, at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music, where KUSC's sister station, KDFC, lives. She is pioneering the application of neuroscience to music training. By the way, her students affectionately call her Dr. Dre. And while we're setting up, just one recent career highlight: her worlds collided in a wonderful way when she directed a production of The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. That's a chamber opera based on, you know it, the Oliver Sacks story about a man with a very rare neurological condition. It was produced by Pasadena Opera, where she is creative director. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Viscontis and our panelists.
So much, Gail. It's my great pleasure to introduce our panelists. You can come and have a seat. And also, what a talk to follow. That was really amazing and inspiring. Yeah, thank you for that. So now I'm really excited about telling you more about what the arts practitioners are doing in this space, as we've just seen some wonderful examples of how powerful this work is. So I'm going to introduce Patrick Corbin first. He's a lifetime practitioner of dance. He was a professional dancer for many years, and then after an injury, that sparked his transition into choreography. And as he was working with a physical therapist, he discovered a passion for working with autistic individuals and exploring the role that repetitive movements have in healing. Now he's at USC, leading an interdisciplinary team looking at neuroscience, movement, and health. Yeah, okay. And joining us as well is Annie Buckley. She's a professor and the director of the program in arts and social justice at San Diego State. She's a collage artist and an art writer. And for the past 10 years has been working both as a founder and running the Prison Art Collective, which meets her dual goals of expanding access to the arts. And also, I think we're going to talk about this a lot, giving students access to service learning that can help them build careers in this particular space, which, as we learned this morning from Prop 28, is a real issue. How do we get artists to be able to be certified and teach and do the kind of work that they need to do and want to do in the classroom? So, I mean, Annie, I'm going to start with you and ask about this two-part goal of yours, how you center the student experience and where the impetus for this work came from.
Yes, thank you. So thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you, Asal. This is such an amazing event. So yeah, my goal for, I don't know, probably as long as I can remember, is expanding access to the arts, to make the arts accessible to abroad, to everyone really, because Prison Arts Collective is based on the idea that art is a human right. And so that is the basis of the work. So originally, it grew out of that. And I, let's see, where to begin. So where the work began and how to engage students, that's what you're asking about.
Yeah, I remember you told me about in our conversation how students that would come up to you afterwards and say, like, how do I get the experience I need? And you would give them all this great training, and then they would go off and they wouldn't get hired. They weren't doing the careers that they wanted to do, and that passion seemed to not find its way.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm an artist, as you mentioned, and I'm a professor. And when I started this work, I was at Cal State San Bernardino, and around 80% of the students are first generation college students. And I previously was a bilingual teacher in LA Unified. So I've worked all over LA Unified. So I've basically worked with populations who oftentimes did not have as much access to the arts. In the schools that I worked in throughout much of LA County, they did not have the kinds of access to the arts that I had also in LA Unified growing up, but in a different area. So when I was teaching at San Bernardino and I saw my students who wanted to go into art education being, rich and engaged and resilient and smart and motivated, and then when they would graduate, they would not be getting jobs in the field. They would be working in other places like Starbucks or as a flight attendant, fine enough jobs, like no judgment, but it wasn't their goal. So I wanted to create opportunities for them to have real world learning experiences, to understand what it was to be in a classroom, to be with students, to engage in this work. And so created a series of curricula. One of them was art and human development, where they would work with students from toddler through childhood, teen, adult, seniors on case studies. And the second one being a fieldwork class where they would develop and teach an 8-week curriculum in the community with various partners, including a senior center for folks who are in poverty, a low-income senior center, after-school program at a housing project. We also worked with youth probation. And during that time is when the prison in Chino reached out and became one of our partners, and that particular avenue of the work grew significantly. But what I found throughout was that the students were so engaged in the work since we started this. I mean, I never did a study on it, but just anecdotally, I have students who have gone on to, many who've gone on to be high school art teachers, to work in nonprofits. One of my former students who worked with me in Prison Arts Collective for many years is now a high school teacher and in a doctoral program for art education. So these were not the pathways of the students when we initially started. And then I can talk more about this later, but as we've grown, we've also developed a facilitator training for individuals who are incarcerated, who are then leading classes within the prison and oftentimes working with us and other nonprofits when they get out. So
yeah, I definitely wanted to talk about the facilitator training too. So let's just, sorry, Patrick, just give us a second. Give us a second to tell us more about the facilitator training and what the goals are there and how you do it, because it sounds like it's something that is very practical and that is very much needed. But I think a lot of us just don't have the kind of experience that you do in terms of making it effective.
Thank you. So Prison Arts Collective, which is now based at San Diego State, but we're in about 15 prisons across the state of California, from down with the Arizona and Mexican border up to Pelican Bay and in Fresno, and multiple institutions throughout California, and supported by CDCR itself, actually, as well as the NEA and primarily the California Arts Council. So facilitator training portion began about 8 years ago, and it was in response to a grant from CDCR actually that was seeking programming for individuals in distant prisons that don't usually have access to volunteers because they're very remote, which honestly most of them are very remote, but the most remote of the remote, as well as individuals with life sentences. And so with my background in art education, and I also am formerly a yoga teacher, so had gone through and also developed a yoga teacher training. So I sort of fused that idea of like an in-depth teacher training and developed this curriculum together with many students. I was at San Bernardino when I started. I'm now at San Diego State and now have worked with students in both universities on this program, as well as faculty. So essentially, I began it with students and it has grown and many other people are involved in teaching it now. So our participants are people who are currently incarcerated, who are in our program, who have arts backgrounds, whether it be usually it's self-taught, but not always, visual art, music. We haven't had dance yet. I hope we will. And also creative writing. And so they get into the class and take this 60-hour in-depth teacher training. And then after they are done, they do a short 2 to 3 month apprenticeship where they are teaching classes and we're going in every other week and supporting them and giving them feedback. And then after that, they become facilitators, and we have facilitators who've been teaching for, up to 8 years now inside multiple institutions. We also have teachers that go in. We have teaching team both inside and out. But these are the individuals, what we found is that these are the individuals in our programming who usually reach out when they get out and want to get involved. One of my former students from Ironwood State Prison, Mark, ended up graduating and then went to Cal Poly Humboldt. He just finished his MSW. And he founded the chapter of Prison Arts Collective up there. So we also have alumni who are working like with Anti-Recidivism Coalition, one who's working at an alternative school. So in not so short, we have found more so than the other program, these individuals reaching back out and really taking on that leadership role that we were hoping to cultivate amongst those inside.
I mean, what I love about this program is that it is community building in the sense that you are training the trainers who are coming back to you. You're not just pushing out information and you as the person who's from outside of the carceral setting going in and teaching, and that not be a two-way street. And I know community building is something that's really, did you like that transition? Popular in your work. But I wonder, Patrick, if there's anything in this model that resonates with you. I know that training also students here at USC and elsewhere to do the work is something that you're passionate about. Given what we heard this morning about this real shortage of educators that can either bring in music or other arts into schools, what are your thoughts on, and what do you think, what role does your work play in trying to meet this challenge?
Well, that's a good question. I want to answer it two ways. One is in my work with Keck USC Keck and neurology. We do a program called Salud Pati in a community center in East LA, mainly a Spanish-speaking population. I am now training one of the participants so that she can now be the dance teacher in the community center. So the money's not always going back to someplace like USC or someplace like me, but a participant will now become the teacher at Salud Pati in her own community center, so that she now is gaining the skill. Now that leads me to certification. Right. So since our program is relatively new, I'm talking about the Gloria Kaufman School of Dance and Health initiative that we've been building. I've yet to identify what that path to some kind of certification would be to a dance educator. Talking about or encompassing ability and visibility, rather than necessarily appreciation. So sort of looking at it in the 360, but I would like to, my dream would be to develop a resource through dance and through USC Kaufman that would be enabling people to go into schools, to go into community centers, to go into any number of spaces, and actually use this method of making your brain better and helping us have a better life. Because we dance all the time, although that sort of gets shut down at some point.
One of the things that really struck me in our conversation was this passion that you developed for looking at repetitive movements in some of these populations, like, for example, people who are autistic. And it really turns around this. Hopefully our society is catching up and seeing that repetitive movements in people whose brains are different are part of the way in which they can function in a society that wasn't built for them. So could you talk a little bit about that experience that you had, the insights that came from it, and how now you work with these populations in order to help them harness and take ownership and use those movements in a helpful way?
Be happy to. So I was introduced to a young person when I was a professional dancer, and we were actually based in New York, and we did a couple of residencies at the Music Center, the Joffrey Ballet, way back when in the 80s. And I was introduced to a child of one of my friends, Michael, who didn't speak, and he has autism. He now is fully speaking and leading a great life. But I noticed that just observing Michael, that we could sink into agreement, right? By repetitive movement motifs or little repetitive movements. And I realized that him calming himself or him needing more stimuli and accessing it through repetitive movement is what I did every day as a dancer. That's how I contextualize myself in the world. Right? I have my repetitive movement motifs that I go through as my warm up and my meditation that help me think and be in the world. So I saw a connection between that and Michael, which led me to some of my own layperson's research into movement and the brain and movement as cognition. And that when I landed at USC was one of my, a friend of mine, to delve into that and to find my people, and they're all in this room. And it took a while. It took a while because these systems are sometimes hard to crack. But I did find the people finally at Keck Medicine, because with the help of Arts in Action and Visions and Voices here on the USC campus, so I have to give a shout out to them. And I think Giselle Petzinger might be in the audience today. I'm digressing.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the really great benefits of universities that embrace the interdisciplinary model, because you have people from these silos actually working in buildings, sometimes even in the same building next to each other. And so creating these centers that foster the kind of, bumping into each other that really is at the core of a lot of really great innovations across fields, I think is a strength.
And I found my way back in. Thank you. So bringing it together full circle with Michael and autism, I developed a movement therapy class with a physical therapist out in New Jersey. And we did it totally voluntarily in the school system in northern New Jersey for a couple of years. And then we couldn't find our footing. Now, all of this, so what's culminating in this room right now and sort of in the zeitgeist right now is all of this research is really coming together with the artists and the practitioners in the room so that we can find ways to actually deliver it. And that's very exciting. So with my interdisciplinary course called Dance and Ability, we have run 3 sections of it. We're finally on our third and probably final section coming up next fall. First, we interrogated dance and Parkinson's disease. That's well documented, the benefits of dance and the population that has Parkinson's. Then I met a person who has a wonderful community group called Free to Be Me Dance, and their population, they are dancers with Down syndrome. We interrogated that for a semester and got involved. Now I'm designing the course that will be neurodiversity / autism with a wonderful group called the Miracle Project, also in Culver City. And what we do is we bring the community, we bring USC Arts and USC Health together with the students at USC. Now, these aren't necessarily our dance major students or our BFA dancers. These are students from across both campuses, actually, because we have the health sciences campus over there, coming together to not only learn about these modalities or these challenges or these maybe neurodiverse populations or challenges, but actually to learn from the community. So what happened, which was the sort of the aha moment when I ran the first section of this Dance in Parkinson's, was how much the students learned from the population we were interacting with in Pasadena at Lineage Performing Arts Center. It changed the students, period. They walked out of that course differently than they walked in, and it was more profound than any experience I've had in higher ed to this day. And so it just solidified the community empowerment spoke that I'm thinking of, and how this is now sort of reverse engineering. I've been for the last 2 sections of this, and collaborating with the community in which we're working to have them create the questions for us about how to serve them better.
I think that's a really important point and a huge challenge. It actually reminded me of something I hadn't thought of in a long time. When I was in high school, I wrote to Oliver Sacks, who was my, star, and I asked him, I don't know if I should go into, neuroscience or medical school. Can you please give me advice? I mean, bless his soul, he responded, which was amazing. And he wrote back and he said, I don't know what you should do, but I think you should get a medical degree, because otherwise you won't have access to patients. And everything I have ever learned has come from the patients. And that stuck with me still today, and that access to that that it's in some ways like it's the researchers who learn from the community, as opposed to sometimes now I think we are put in this position where it's as if the researchers have the answers and we need to go and tell it out to the community. This is really hard when you're doing work with a community where there might be a lot of cultural and even language barriers. One of the projects that I've been working on for a year actually has really been stuck in the fact that we need to get IRB approval, not just from my university, but also from the New York Department of Education. And before I can even email the principal of a public school where this intervention is already happening, I have to get IRB approval. It took 6 months. And then by the time it's only lasting for a year. So we literally are chasing, like all I feel like I'm doing is chasing IRB approval before I can do anything. And so Annie, this is something that you have faced. Tell us what the solution might be, or at least one direction.
So I don't have a solution, but I'm laughing because it took us 3 years. So 6 months sounds good.
They only give you 1 year of approval. So then you have to,
I know. So I am a, professor of visual studies, and I don't know, mostly our scientists here, I guess, maybe artists as well. But with artists, honestly, I didn't know what IRB was. I'm going to be honest. I was already teaching, professor, many students working in the community. And I got this email, oh, you know what, to continue what you're doing, you have to get IRB approval. So I write to my colleague who helped with getting the grants. What's this? She says, oh, she tells me what it is. I wrote 2 proposals that weekend. I had never done it before, so thank goodness it worked out. And one was for prior, what's it called?
Prior data.
Thank you. And the other one was for the new project. And really, honestly, it was to protect those individuals who were in our programming who are incarcerated. So of course, I understand it's a vulnerable population, and most definitely that's necessary given the history of how researchers and science has worked with folks who are incarcerated. So no problem to do it. I learned a lot. Now I think it's really important, and I help teach my students about it. And it's really about being able to share those stories and publish about it, because otherwise we can't. But I want to explain that was never our goal, and it still is not. The primary goal is our participants, our students, the beautiful collaboration and mutuality and transformation that happens. Everyone who I have ever brought into this program to work with us comes out saying, oh gosh, it reminds me why I became an artist to begin with, because it's really like art and everything that's beneficial about art that we've all been talking about all day in high relief, because we're talking about people who literally have every moment, you know, dictated and are observed and, you know, are in just the most isolating, difficult doesn't really give it justice, situation, having the opportunity to create, to collaborate, to be, you know, in community with people from universities, with one another, to then facilitate that community. I mean, it's literally life-changing. This is why we do the things that we do. And so the IRB became obviously necessary to continue to do that. But now, cut to more recently, I do have a interdisciplinary research team, a co-PI from communication, associate director from criminal justice, where I've worked with 2 different folks from criminal justice over the past, you know, 5 years, where we did apply for an IRB with the state of California. And we are now looking at gathering actual data in addition to the main goal of the programming, to look at the impact of the arts on wellness for folks who are incarcerated.
So I'd like to open it up for our last 2 minutes to questions from the audience. Does anyone have a question for Annie or Patrick?
Professor Buckley, I think it was on KPBS. They had someone talking about the prison art initiative, and the director of the state prisons was like, what does this really mean to me? And what they showed was that the complacency
So yeah, I mean, I think there's so many outcomes of this, like safer, more collaborative communities inside and out. Lots of times people want to know, like, does this reduce recidivism, or does this help like the prison population and those things such as that? And I think yes. For me, I cannot speak to that like anything but anecdotally, because our focus really is on the arts itself. Although I will say that we always do invite, you know, folks from the prison to participate in whatever way they can. Usually it's just helping us get in and out, and there's very little beyond that. I don't know, it's kind of a complicated, long question, but I will say over the past 10 years, I have seen a very big transformation, whereas it used to be, you know, the officers would be walking us across the yard saying, why are you here? Why are you doing this? There's no art at my kid's school. You know, what are you doing bringing this here? And I'm like, you know, respectfully, these individuals are part of our society and also deserve the classes. Your child does too, right? It's not either or, but now there's more officers and staff who do feel more open to it. You know, ideally, I would love for us to have classes for those folks as well. But so far we had one, but nobody came for a while. So we haven't done it again, but maybe we'll do it again in the future.
Well, Patrick and Annie, thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Dr. Dre. A very quick story from my own experience. I was at a friend's house. She's a prominent, now retired criminal defense attorney. And I saw a card on her kitchen counter that was a spectacular drawing of Bugs Bunny. And I said to her, oh my gosh, do you know Chuck Jones? This has to be. She said, oh no, it's by, and she mentioned a notorious convicted murderer that she had defended. And she said, oh, absolutely. I said, no. And she said, oh, yeah. She said, if I had a nickel for every one of my clients that had art talent or music talent, but didn't have access to arts education, I'd be very rich. And I've never forgotten that. We bring it all home with our next speaker, looking at how perhaps all of what we've heard today resonates with the strategic goals of our own campus, these so-called moonshot strategic initiatives outlined by President Carol Folt just a couple of years ago. And to ensure that we are all engaged in the attempt to shoot the moon, she actually created a new role, a senior role, that of Vice President for Presidential Initiatives. And he is our next speaker. Sri Narayanan is university professor, holds appointments with 3 U.S. schools, Viterbi Engineering, Dornsife, and Keck School of Medicine. He's professor of, are you sitting down? You are, okay. He is professor of electrical and computer engineering, computer science, linguistics, psychology, neuroscience, pediatrics, and otolaryngology. It is my great pleasure to welcome a very busy man, Dr. Narayanan.
I'm super honored to be here and a bit intimidated to be amongst all these scientists, researchers, and artists and doing all of that together. Thank you so much, Gail. So I'm going to, I think, as irony would have, I think I have some technical difficulties. I was told my friend Asal. So I have 2 computers. We'll try to see how we can make this work. All right. So I come before you in wearing 2 hats. One as a colleague, faculty colleague. Yeah, I'm done. The next one I was going to say as a bureaucrat, representing our office of the president, but I think I'll try to connect them together. So I was having major FOMO when I was looking at the agenda. I said, maybe I should also talk about some work that I do in this music. In fact, I'm one of the charter members of this center that Asal created. And my lab, I'm a collaborator with Asal also. And in our lab, we are very interested in understanding the human condition and trying to build technologies that can support their experiences and capabilities. So especially in the domain of music, we've we work on various aspects of music creation, generation, processing, and also understanding the experience from a human-centered engineering and computational lens. And so we look at the full stack of the brain neurocognitive aspects, the affective emotional aspects, motoric elements. I'll illustrate some of them, and in fact, the social behavioral elements as well. So one of my greatest fascinations for the last 3 decades has been the human vocal instrument and trying to understand it, trying to understand the physics of it, what happens if it gets injured or it suffers from effects of disease like cancer, and how can we help rehabilitate. Along the way, we study human speech, swallowing, but also song, from operatic singing to beatboxing. And so I will try to see if I can share some of that. And we also work, as an AI person, for a long time. In fact, my very first grant 3 decades ago here, when I came to USC, was on, if I hum a tune or sing a tune, can I access what music it was, before all the Shazam and all the business. So National Science Foundation thought it was cool and gave me $1 million and it got me started at USC. So music has been very dear to me. And more recently, we've been also working on the role of music in film. We are in Hollywood, especially from a social cultural aspect, in terms of representation and portrayals of people from various walks of life and the impact it has on their experiences and behavior. One final thing I wanted to make connection, Asal does incredible work in neurocognitive development. My lab has a long-standing, interest in work in autism, like Patrick was talking about. and neurodiversity. But I've never worked on music and arts and that, but I'm looking forward to a chance. So I thought maybe I'll just focus on, for a few minutes before I jump into moonshots and stuff, on this work that we've been trying to understand. How do we play this vocal instrument, right? Like it's like a woodwind instrument, but much more complex and sophisticated, right? Like that. So here's a cross section of our sort of a sagittal slice up through our head, right? You can see the various anatomical landmarks, lips and tongue body and the airway and so on. So one of the things that in service of this was we've been developing magnetic resonance imaging. Go into this too. It gives you exquisite pictures of the insides of your thing. But we were interested in something that's very dynamic, right? Something that's moving. I've wanted to see a vocal dance basically alongside the video. So let me try if this audio works. I don't know. If not, I'll. Play it? So you can see actually the movement of these various parts that are very coordinated in space and time. But now let me stop it. Let me see if I can do this. This is the technical difficulty I was talking about, but let me see. So my thing is in Keynote. I sent it to Asal and exported to PowerPoint.
When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act as a prism and form a rainbow. The rainbow is a division of white light into many beautiful colors.
So we can actually get the audio and the vocal movements. So with which, right, it opened up a lot of things for us when we first got about this technology working. So we could actually map what is happening inside. We could study various things, including song production. So one of the things we studied was various aspects of, operatic singing, things about how people encode various qualities, dark quality, and also, other forms of vocal production like beatboxing. One of the more recent ways of how we use this, both from a very sort of scientific point of view, understand the physics of what this vocal instrument can do, but also from a clinical medical point of view that if something happens and this instrument is injured, can be rehabilitated to, to perform functions like speaking, swallowing, and so on, right? If people are able to train themselves to use this instrument in incredible ways. So go to the artist to help inform science. So that was, so let me see if I'm able to play it. Let's see if I can time this together. It's not synchronized.
Okay.
It's not synchronized. So this is a little old, this clip actually, but I just want to illustrate that like there are new technological possibilities that can help us sort of go and look into some of these very incredible things that humans do, and there's a lot of health implications to it too. So, in fact, we've studied what happens in patients with neurological etiologies like aphasia or other physical diseases like cancer, where you have to rehabilitate, treat it with surgery, but then how do they get back function of speaking, maybe even singing, right? So a lot of possibilities. So I just wanted to share. We recently, created an imaging center that focuses on dynamics of imaging. So the vocal instrument is the classic sort of use case for this, and that's what in fact inspired us to do this. And so we are pretty excited. So all the singers here who want to participate in various aspects of that, please join us. The final thing I want to say here is now we can also use this to interactively do rehabilitation. So therapists don't need to just rely on the auditory impression when they're training, but they can actually see what is happening inside and so on. Some of the current work we're doing is to look at the brain and this behavior together, and we're very excited about that. So that was my couple of minutes of my work related to this workshop, so I'll shut this. So now switching to the moonshots. So realizing that many of the profound needs and challenges we face in this society and the world are so large and can't be approached just by one particular intellectual perspective or methodology. USC wanted to intentionally, our President Carol Folt, to think about these very big questions that really matter, where various perspectives across these 23 schools we have come together, right? Among the 23 schools are seem like amazing schools of various art forms, right? From cinematic and dramatic arts to music and fine arts, in addition to School of Medicine, engineering, and so on. And so here are some of the initiatives that I've listed, which are trying to think about these topical areas by themselves and see how we can push and imagine the future of how we can think about healthcare. How can people access and how we can deliver healthcare? How can we push care to the people than people coming to these very expensive systems? How can we combine the physical and the mental aspects of health? How can we think about new ways of healing beyond keeping them alive, right? And arts is like one of the important parts. So these are all various things that are sort of being pursued. And naturally, you see that it has to bring together colleagues from every part of the institution, not just within, but also across, right? We have to work with the community, with the various partners in the community in various ways. So Health Sciences 3.0 is focused on the medical care. One of the things that actually is also exemplary is how these initiatives cross-connect. The next sort of initiative I'll talk about is the frontiers of computing. No one can escape now, right? The talk about AI and how it's taking over the world and robots are going to eat your food and all that stuff. But it's also enabling possibilities for making people's lives better, easier, especially in domains we haven't thought about, right? Much of this happening, we can see how advances in the computing stack, right? The ability for us to observe things like the imaging I was talking, to being able to draw inferences about very complex condition connecting the genotype to the behavioral phenotypes, can shed light on very important challenges that we haven't really unraveled, like in autism, right? We always talk about this is spectrum disorder, heterogeneous, but we cannot really pinpoint what it is, let alone try to think about sort of treatment forms to aging and dementia, how each of us ages in a different way, as was pointed out. And so can these advances in computing actually help us accelerate or advance some of these things? Again, it's not going to solve it, but help elevate some of these approaches. So that's some of the things that are happening. And of course, there's, other aspects of, not only the health and well-being of individuals, but the world which we live. Like, so how do we imagine a sustainable world? And so that's very close to President Folt's heart, and including in urban environments like Los Angeles. Right? So what has art got to do with it, right? Now, is it an initiative or not? So one of the big realizations is that art has to thread through and infiltrate and be everywhere across all these things, whether it is thinking about health and healing, like we've been talking about here, to advances in computing. Generative media is the biggest thing right now, right? You can create all kinds of experiences for, in fact, before fake video and so on, right? Generative media technologies were one of the early things in computer graphics and being able to create, when you think about it, for entertainment now. You can also do it like in ways that can be used in not so good purposes. So that's where it becomes, very interesting for us to think about how we manage these things. And that's where ethics and philosophy and all those things come. So we really need to have a very interdisciplinary approach. So realizing the importance of arts across, so we have this whole USC Arts Now sort of approach. And we have one of our esteemed colleagues, Josh Kuhn, who couldn't be here, leading this effort. We have a new position, Vice Provost for the Arts under the Provost Office, and he is doing a lot of amazing things. A bunch of us were there earlier in one of these retreats on arts and health, in fact, earlier. And there are many things going on, not just in the performing arts, sort of the visual arts and so on. So it's creating a very important, very intentional strategy for the university, bringing all our campuses together, but not just isolated by ourselves, but connected with the community, in our city, in the country, in the world, globally, building key partnerships, and really want to push this collaborative approach to this through the arts. So especially the early focus is on these health, climate, and advanced computing moonshots. Many specific activities are set up. If you're interested, you're all welcome. We're also very excited about the newest museum that's coming in our neighborhood, like right other side of the street, the Lucas Museum for narrative art. And we have many other sort of retreats and things that are in the works. And so USC is very excited. The president and the sort of the administrations and the trustees are very committed to sort of really elevating sort of all these endeavors, especially that as they are so interdisciplinary, cross-cutting, one that combines all these multiple perspectives together, sort of in pursuit of its mission, right? Enriching humanity is what they, I think, talk about all the time. So I'm so, again, thankful to you for listening to me, and I can take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all you're doing for USC, Dr. Narayanan. What better way to follow a speech on moonshots than with a pair of supernovas? And you met Renee Fleming this morning. You already know she is easily the most beloved and honored singer of our time. She's special advisor at large to the Kennedy Center. She also has a close role with Los Angeles Opera, where she will be giving a recital this very weekend, by the way, word to the wise. But she's here today with us as an impassioned advocate of research into music and wellness, how the arts can promote physical and mental health, as noted by many of our speakers. She's really taking a very high profile role in these areas. And I'm sure that the impact of her work will be expanded exponentially with the very recent publication of her anthology, Music and Mind, Harnessing the Arts for Health and Wellness. We'll hear more about that. We'll be in conversation with another supernova, the Dean of the USC Thornton School of Music, Dr. Jason King. Before he came here almost a year ago, I think started just under a year ago, he was the chair of the Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music at NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, where he also served as an associate professor. That is not all. He is an incredibly versatile music scholar and artist, early roots in classical and music theater, journalist, author, producer, songwriter, radio and video host, documentary filmmaker, music business guru, scholar of African-American and African diaspora culture. You're not an otolaryngologist, are you? Okay. Okay. It is my extreme pleasure to introduce and chat with Renee Fleming and Jason King. I thought I would begin kind of going back in your own personal journeys with music, which obviously go way, way back for both of you. If you can remember an incident, a moment when you realized that music made you feel better, that there was a connection between music and wellness. Who wants to start?
Well, for me, it was really easy. I was an incredibly shy, really withdrawn child. And I discovered composition in middle school. And I composed consistently, eventually notating my work. And, I got in, we had wonderful advanced programming in arts education in public schools in Rochester, New York. And so eventually I got to take some enrichment courses in that as well. But as I kind of lost the need to express myself, it was the only way I could express myself was arts, which is why I think having arts in schools today has been so enlightening, because it's the sense of identity and expression that a lot of children really need and don't have otherwise. And so, and eventually I kind of stopped composing because I learned how to talk to people, but it didn't happen until my late teens, really. So I absolutely needed it.
Do you remember some music that made you feel better? I know you were into jazz back then.
Oh yeah, I'm still a huge jazz fan. And I sang jazz in college for 2.5 years in a club every weekend. And that taught me a lot about singing too, because I didn't know what pitches I was singing. I was improvising, and I lost my fear of high notes because I had that ability or that opportunity. So jazz, I was a Joni Mitchell fanatic. I just got to meet Stevie Wonder at Johns Hopkins, and I listened to all of his music, film music, I mean, all kinds of stuff. And of course, all along classical music. And I played piano. So I would sing all of these totally inappropriate arias at the age of 12 in the practice room. And my mother would say, "You can't sing that. She lost her baby. I mean, you're 12 years old." So it was just great. But then later in life, I developed a huge stage fright that all came back to haunt me. I'm not a natural performer. Nobody believes me. And also pain. I had a tremendous amount of pain to try and get me to not perform. So it was a very complex, which I'm so interested in your idea that we can imagine what our health is, because I think there's real truth to that. And I think the mind has more power over the body than we currently know.
You're talking about physical pain, mental
Yeah,
pain?
physical pain, like debilitating. I wasn't going to go on stage.
Well, your soprano song production worked out okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got through that.
Jason, what about you? Music and wellness in your life, earlier years?
First of all, let me just say I'm so honored to be here with you. Renee, I've followed your career for such a long time.
Thank you.
Marriage of
Thank
Figaro.
you.
the way out. And Gail, thank you for emceeing the day. It's
My
incredible.
pleasure.
And thank you, Asal Habibi, for putting all this together. For me, my first memory is sitting on my father's knee. My father's was from Trinidad and Tobago. Both my parents were, and I grew up in Canada. And they would play, they had an incredible record collection, but they would play a lot of calypso music. And so I just remember sitting on his knee, and I remember the rhythm very specifically. Da-dun, dun, dun, da-dun, dun, dun. Like I can remember it as if it was yesterday. And I don't know what happened before that. I just remember my life from that period. So I won't say that that was the moment where I knew music was a healing force, but it was certainly a force. I knew that it had a kind of life to it that I wanted to pursue. And in some ways, I feel like music has just summoned me my whole life. Like I'm just chasing it wherever it's taking me. I was classically trained. I did not love playing the piano when I was a kid. My parents forced me into classical music lessons, but I'm so grateful for them now. I was not at the time. The piano teacher would come over to the house, I would run, hide under the bed, hide anywhere. But part of it was because I loved popular music, and I felt that these were worlds that were so bifurcated for me. And actually the figure who kind of brought those together was John Williams. I wanted to just play everything that John Williams composed on the piano. That was like my only goal, because it was the only way I could see those worlds kind of coming together. But music has always been such an important part of my life. But it was when I was a teenager, very much into R&B, into hip hop, into electronic music. When I came to the United States from Canada, started going to church. I was going to like Baptist Pentecostal churches. The way that the music is being used in Black Baptist churches, I think people will know it's a force unto itself. And I got really interested in studying music and studying the therapeutic and healing properties of music, but I saw those healing properties in electronic music largely. So there's a song by the group In Deep, some people might know, from 1983 called Last Night a DJ Saved My Life. And I'm like, oh, a DJ can like save people's lives. So I would go to church. I would also go to like clubs and dance. And I have the same kind of feeling of spiritual transcendence in both. And I wanted to be able to write about those things and capture the significance of what music was doing to me, not just physically or even cognitively, but spiritually, that I was having like these transformative spiritual experiences around music. And I think my journey has been just to figure out what those are, how they work. And part of the reason that I love like what's happening today, and your book is the most recent one, is amazing, partly because it helps explain, give me a language to explain these spiritual things that are happening to me when I'm listening to music.
Wow. Well, you've come to the right place, Jason. All that's going on at BCI and Thornton. Let's talk about the book for a minute. We mentioned Music and Mind, Harnessing the Arts for Health and Wellness. And I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is you're a very busy person. How do you have time to put this together? And it's so profound and so wide ranging. And I might add, it's easy to say, oh, she conquers the world's major opera houses and concert halls, which of course she does. But like 2 weeks ago, my son told me he nearly fainted with ecstasy at your performance in the Hours at the Met. You have a recital coming up this weekend at LA Opera. That's already a very, very busy schedule. So this must mean a lot to you. This book?
Well, I just became so passionate about this sector. Really, I discovered it with Dr. Francis Collins at a dinner party, and because I just started at the Kennedy Center as an advisor, I said, listen, I think the fact that scientists are studying music, this is 7 years ago, is extraordinary. I want to understand why. And I think the audience, our audience at the Kennedy Center, would be just as intrigued and interested as I am. So we've had a collaboration ever since. And that's really, and my whole, I would say, role in this is advocacy. I want to spread the word. I would love that all of these presentations today, can we just have instant dissemination? Imagine if they were scaled up throughout the country right now, what it would mean for society and for us lifting people who need to be lifted, whether it's children or our elder population. So I've just become incredibly passionate. And so I thought, wow, David Rubenstein has been the chairman of the Kennedy Center for a long time. He produces a book once a month. So speaking of productive people, and he basically takes the interviews that he gives and edits them. And I thought, I can do that. That's another way to spread the word. So it's my gift to you all. But of course, I never understand how much work something's going to be. Ignorance has served me well, and because I do it, but this would not have happened without Jason Goldschmitz. He is the one who really did all of the logistical work on this, in some editing as well. And Paul Batzel in my office, they are two miraculous young men. So I'm excited it's out, and so many of you have chapters in the book, Saul and your whole group, what you do. Indre, Sunil did not, unfortunately, because the NEA is a little bit limited in that way. But who am I leaving out that's here today? Just Dan, of course. Yes, he was here earlier. Yeah.
Well, what's really interesting about the book is, yes, scientists and so forth, but also a novelist, Ann Patchett, Rhiannon Giddens, who is not of the classical world, but conquering opera houses herself. So talk about the fact that it's such a variety of people passionate about music and wellness.
Well, I really wanted to share the breadth of what's happening in this field, and also inspire people to be interested. There are 8 artists who all have some connection to arts and health, from Yo-Yo Ma. Roseanne Cash's chapter is just unbelievable. I would even start with that because of her undiagnosed brain disorder, Chiari-1, that was required surgery. But I just presented with her in New York, and it took her 10 years to get a proper diagnosis. And I said, well, what were people telling you? She said that it must be hormonal. So, women's health is still something that needs another dissemination issue. But in any case, so artist chapters and institutions, about the future, for instance, with MIT and also the NeuroArts Blueprint. But so many fabulous, I would say, looks at what is happening. And definitely the therapists, creative arts therapists. And I think if I had to do it today, it would be slightly broader because the neuro arts model, which starts with our neuroaesthetic experiences in nature, awe, as you mentioned, is so important. Transcendence, these experiences are healing. So I'm excited to see the growth in the sector since I started when people were still using the term soft science. I haven't heard that in 4 years. The fact that the NIH has now funded $40 million in music research. They've added dance now. Yes, it's amazing. That's changed the whole, I would say, landscape, and they're going to spend another 40 million. So, and I'm supporting young scientists who collaborate with artists, but the NIH is now starting a program for fellowships in arts and health. So music, in particular music research. So it's very exciting. And are you all uplifted by this today? I think it's so great.
There was a moment, I think, that created quite a hush in the room, and that was when Sharon told us that if all the teachers, arts teachers getting credentialed in the United States were to come to California, it wouldn't solve the problem of paucity of arts teachers in California. And I'm sure that gave both of you pause
That's
as well.
scary. That
Can
is
you
scary.
just talk about, Jason, what your reaction is, that what your thoughts are about that?
I mean, how can you react to that other than say, we have a big problem on our hands? I'm dean at USC Thornton School of Music. We have an amazing music teaching and learning program, but we will not be able to credential that many instructors. Very few where can this happen? So it's something that's very much on my mind, something I'd love to see us as an institution work on, but there are a lot of challenges, right? So one, a student coming to USC in order to get credentials to be able to teach in schools, it's a very expensive proposition. Sorry, USC, it's expensive here. And there are other places a student might go to do that. And so one of the things I'm considering is how can we as an institution be responsive in this amazing moment in which there's all of this opportunity, and yet at the same time be inclusive, be equitable, create a situation in which students might actually see this as an institution where that could take place. But music teaching is something that is growing, I think, as a field, not just here, partly because of Prop 28, but also in places like Saudi Arabia, where they have an entirely new mission to develop the cultural sector, and they're training, I think, probably more teachers, like 26,000 teachers or something like that. And there are a lot of places in the world where there's a need for music teachers and there's a need for credentialed music teachers. So I also see this as a global issue, not even just a local one or even a California one. The need to actually train people who can, reaffirm the importance of music and arts in schools.
Can I ask a question? So in New York, there was a shortage of teachers, period. And so they kind of fast-tracked a type of certification that would allow people to teach in public schools. Is that something you could entertain with your own, say, music major graduates who aren't working as much as they would like? We know that that's the issue for lots of people who go to conservatories, and singers are the low-hanging fruit. Oh, you have an octave, it's a nice sound, you're in. So I wonder if that's something that could be thought about.
I mean, I would, leave it up to the professionals who organize that to figure it out. But I suppose there's also lots of ways of thinking about what music teaching is. And so one of the ways, obviously, is through the LAUSD system. And, if you look at YouTube, there's a lot of teaching going on in YouTube as well. It doesn't require certification. There's all kinds of different ways that we could be thinking about the varieties of what teaching looks like that are outside of what we're talking about here.
And Renee, would you tell us a little more about Music and the Mind? You're going around all over the place, bringing that initiative.
Yes, well, I'm doing a tour now for probably hopefully another year or so, at least, with National Geographic, because the pandemic, the thing that really kind of got me through was being outside. So firsthand, this connection to nature. I mean, only in modern history have we lived indoors And so that's about 10,000 years. And before that, we lived outdoors as people. So we know so much of what is powerful about the arts is connected to our evolution, our DNA. It's part of who we are, and we don't evolve very quickly. So I decided that as I'm performing, whatever it is that I'm performing, I offer to every presenter, would you like a music in mind presentation? You have to find local researchers and healthcare providers and therapists to present with me, and I'll bring the audience. And it's just been a wonderful model. It gives me something to do besides sit in the hotel and wait for my flight. And I learn everywhere I go, and it's been really thrilling. So I think we are at a tipping point, Kristen said today, and the tipping point is that the research is getting better, but we also, as Dan Levitin said 2 days ago, we already have a body of research that's supported, that's powerful. There's no reason we can't start embedding all of these initiatives now.
Yeah, and what you said, you know, we're all here, we all believe, in a certain sense, preaching to the choir, and we got to get the choir to really raise its voice and get that music out there and that story out there. I can't resist, since I have you both here, to go sort of the backstage view of music and wellness. You mentioned sitting in your hotel room, and I know, Jason, it's very important to you and your faculty, students' mental health and emotional health. But you know, training to be a great performer ain't easy. It's very solitary, and it's very pressured. I would think there's a bit of pressure on you when you go on stage and star in an opera. Can you talk about how you deal with your own wellness, you know, in connection with music?
Well, I've become a kind of a neuro arts poster child. Come January 1st, I said, I am not doing it this year. I am not getting sucked into opinion news for a whole year and becoming miserable, anxious, and depressed. So I allow myself sort of the evening news once a day, and maybe a few headlines I sneak. It is a rough time, and this is why we have such a mental health crisis, why there are so many young people who are unbelievably distressed. I talked to my daughter about this last night. And by the way, my son-in-law is a USC graduate film composer who just got his first TV show. And so I'm really thrilled about this school and the arts that you have here. So I think for me, it is allowing myself every single day to be connected to artistic experiences, whether it's I'm reading one novel after the other this year. I go to every play, opera, you know, orchestral concert I can go to. I'm out in nature and I'm doing it every day. And I am so much happier. It works. So I highly recommend that to everybody. It's part of taking care of ourselves. We can't help other people. We can't do what we do if we don't take care of ourselves. And I have a penchant for being a sort of a workhorse in a way. And then I get away from that and don't realize I'm not really taking care of myself.
Yeah, getting out of your own head in a way, right? It's
Definitely.
very, very useful.
It is a high pressure world. It's also very lonely. It's I'm on the road all the time. I'm on a plane probably every 3 days. And so I have to work extra hard to maintain friendships and personal relationships. And I need to focus on these things that we know are good for us.
There's a book called Can Music Make You Sick? By these two researchers out of the UK. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's by George Musgraves and Sally Ann Gross. And that title is so provocative. And what they do is essentially marshal a lot of data to prove that there are ways in which music and the music industry as we know it literally make people sick, right? So partly due to disadvantageous recording contracts or the difficulties of touring or whatever it may be, you know, racism, et cetera. There are all these ways in which musicians are deeply impacted in terms of their physical well-being, mental well-being, spiritual well-being, and so on. And they document it, they, you know, provide all the data to prove it. And, you know, we have to have more conversations like this about ways in which music doesn't have to like structurally make us sick, right? That it should actually be a healing space, or it could be a space that's much more supportive of individuals' ambitions and their goals and their desires without actually diminishing them from a health perspective. At Thornton, we have a musicians' health and wellness initiative and committee that's very much interested in trying to make sure that our students are understanding how to protect their hearing, understanding how to protect themselves in terms of their mental health, vocal health, all of those kinds of things. And I think that's really important. It's important for students to do that very early, right? So that they learn that immediately. They're not waiting, especially as undergrads, for their full 4 years to go by before they start thinking about their own health. The earlier you can kind of inculcate that in students, I think the better. But ultimately, I think we need to get to a place where music isn't seen as this sort of toxic space. I mean, we don't see it probably like that in this room, but I think a lot of artists who have to go through a kind of industrialized process do go through that, and they feel like this is not a space where I could thrive. And so, one day I think we're going to get to a better place, and these kinds of initiatives are important for getting us there.
They're lucky to have you as dean.
Do you start early with teaching them about the business?
Yeah.
The potential in the business, the need for them to focus on that, et cetera?
We do. In my previous position when I was at NYU, that whole program is organized around business, so the art and the business, making sure that students would understand both of those things together. At the Thornton School, we have an amazing music industry program, and many of the students have access to take those courses as well. But I always say, when you're teaching students about the business of music, whether students are in classical, jazz, pop, whatever, are you preparing them for a career in the existing industry, or are you preparing them and giving them the tools to reimagine the industry so that it becomes a more inclusive industry and a healthier industry for those students?
I'd like to know, we're running out of time, unfortunately, but I'd like to know what each of you really kind of came away with today after hearing these amazing experts and artists and teachers. What stands out in your mind?
Well, one of the things, I mean, there's so much because I loved everything. But one of the things I would encourage you all, I mean, the reason I'm a consultant to some degree, I'm, in LA Opera, but also the Kennedy Center and other initiatives, is because I can have a mile high view and see some things that I could never see for myself in my own career. Because we're micromanaging the day to day. We're just trying to get done what we have to do today. Whereas I would encourage some of you to think about, to keep working to scale up what you're doing, to get it statewide, to get it countywide, if you can. And if you can't, try to find people who can help you do that, because we have to, as a kind of sector, try to get these programs so that they're broader and they're serving more people. And then we'll get a kind of a cultivated noise that it can't be ignored. Somebody said at this Brain Mind event last week that we're neither fish nor fowl. We're not science and we're not the arts. We're in between. And so we have to keep refining the messaging around that so that people really pay attention and see the total benefits of having this in society, in healthcare, and of course in our communities.
One of the things I've always respected about your music is that while you're rooted in classical, you've always had this incredible flexibility, and you can do many different things, and you have an amazing curiosity. And I think that curiosity really extends also into sound health, right? Where you're not only a creative person, but you're also extending into these other sectors around health and science and so on. And that's what I really want for all young people to be able to do, to have that curiosity and that flexibility, but to also not think of health as something on the side, not think of the sciences as something separate than the arts. I think all of these things are intertwined, or they can be intertwined. They all resonate with each other, and we should be thinking about these things holistically rather than in a compartmentalized way. So I think you're a great model for doing that. And, our students will be reading Music in Mind for sure. Thank you for getting me that book, because it's really been enlightening. But I think part of the way that we need to approach the future is by doing some of the things that are like already happening here at USC, and I think other universities and other schools, where, for instance, Vice Provost Josh Kuhn sees the arts and the sciences as part of the same conversation. So actually putting artists in the same room as scientists and all kinds of other individuals across different professions is part of the answer, because traditionally those conversations have just not happened before. And so it's really exciting to be in a room like this where we can have these kinds of conversations and see where it's going to lead us.
Well, it's our great pleasure to have both of you here as a grand finale to a wonderful day. Thank you for spreading the joy of music, for giving us the joy of music and the healing power of music. And thanks all for being here.
Thank you. And I just want to say, come to the concert on Saturday and see this National Geographic piece. It's really beautiful.
Thank you, Asal, Abibi, and everyone else involved in this.